see if she want to do it.
What's up? Welcome back to another episode of the Black Bear Podcast. This is 3 the hard way. I got my co-host in the building, Chef Wes, and I'm your host, Mark Robb. Today, we're just going to recap some of the stuff we heard around the Bears community when it comes to OTAs. Talk a little bit about this Caleb news that's still been lingering around. Then I think we want to take a closer look at the O-line and D-line units because I don't know, it may not be what people think they are.
Time to get
All
in these
that.
position rooms.
I know, right? All that and a lot more right after this. Wes.
Yes, sir. What's up, my man, Mark Robb?
Last week they seen us with we had a full house last week.
We had cousins over.
We had the cousins over. Now it's down to the OGs, but we're gonna hold it down till them fellas can get back in here with us. Shout out to J2K. He was already in the chat. My guy Jeremy in Indy right now. Indy, the state of Indy is lit up right now with the Indy 500 finishing up earlier today. And that Knicks, the New York Knickerbockers, came to town.
They get knickerbocked right now.
They definitely is. I think I'm losing some money on that game. Ricky, shout out to Ricky jumping in the chat with us. Look, hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter as well. We go live every Sunday during the off season and then post-game shows and some pre-game shows during the season. Look, we're going to kick it off with OTAs in a recap. And before I get going, I just want to just play a clip for y'all and everybody know. People, I'm sure everybody watched CHGO at some point since they've launched. They got a big following, but they got some Bears beat reporters over there who were able to get eyes on Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears at OTAs earlier this week. And here is what one of the guys had to say.
Caleb Williams, I was hoping that the Ben Johnson impact would be immediate. The impact is not immediate. He's throwing off his back foot. He's running out of bounds. He's doing weird sidearm throws to no one. He's overshooting receivers. He's doing it while they're doing live drills. He's doing it while they're just doing random throwing drills. It was not a good day for 18. So, look, he's going to be the Bears quarterback. There's no doubt about that, but there's also no doubt that I'm sure that Ben Johnson is seeing that there is a long way to go for him to be successful. And I don't know. I just thought the Ben Johnson impact would be immediate. It is not immediate. There's a lot of work to do there.
This is look, I watch the show from time to time. I definitely try to catch it when I can because, as you know, we don't got credentials to go to Alice Hall West. We can't look. You in AZ, I'm in Wisconsin. We can't be there if we, could.
If I got credentials, I would.
Say you take that flight, huh?
Take that flight, take that train. I don't know,
But you gotta be careful who you give credentials to. The first thing I want to point out in what Mark Carmen said, and I'm not trying to hate on them dudes at all, but you thought the Ben Johnson impact was going to be immediate. What person in their right mind who follows the game, as long as he has, who knows? I mean, I don't know how. If you follow it as much as he has, you got to pick up something along the way. Immediate impact. Who the fuck do you think Ben Johnson is? First of all, this practice number 2. The first time the entire team was in the building, and I actually forgot to get the list. There was 11 guys who were not there. One being your boy Zay. I want to ask you about that. That man was not practicing, but this is a new install with a year 2 quarterback and an entirely new coaching staff. In what world? Like, I'm not understanding why you wanted this. Why he felt the need to say, "I thought the impact was going to be immediate." Other than, like I told you before, the undertone of basically you're waiting for Caleb to fail. Every time I hear people say, "Oh, Caleb has no excuses. He got all the weapons. He got the best coach in the game." All I hear is undertone saying, "I can't wait for him to fail. I can't wait for Caleb to fail." And this is why I hate listening to some people who just truly don't understand the game. Remember, he also went on, I don't know if people watched the episode, but he also went on to say DeAndre Swift had a carry and it looked amazing. First of all, can't nobody fucking tackle him. It better look amazing every time you hand the ball off in t-shirts and shirts. It better look amazing. You know what I mean? So I got some more
Especially when
points.
they're playing flag. They're out there playing flag football.
Exactly. I got some more points. Go ahead, jump in there and get your initial thoughts on the Hayden shit we just heard.
What, we 3 weeks removed from the draft? Maybe a month
Something
removed from the draft. Like, this is not even like they still understand the terminology and trying to figure out what Ben Johnson wants them to do. Ben Johnson is still trying to figure out what he wants his first-time head coach team to actually look like. Exactly. You don't know how many times he's changing something like, yeah, it ain't look right. All right, stop. Let's try it like this. All right, stop. Let's try it like that. You acting like it's late August, late July. It's not even June. We're still in May. We just said Gemini season. We got to deal with all that first before we even have this team look good. So for him to come out and say this didn't look good, that didn't look good. All right, let's go around the league because I look at everybody OTAs out there.
Exactly.
Shador Sanders over there killing all four of those guys over there. Dylan Gabriel over there throwing pick. I saw what's the Patriots guy?
May.
Drake May threw 5 interceptions in the practice. We gonna pour on him like we finna pour on these guys now. And did you expect an immediate impact? I even heard that Jay Daniels was looking a little, he needs to get back in. Yeah, a little shaky. He having a little, coming back. They just got off vacation. They got to get in shape. They got to get their bodies right. They got to get, some of them, everybody in LeBron, they ain't eating the same diet all year round. Some of these guys went ahead, the extra piece of cheesecake. So but to come out and throw it out like that, it's like like you said, Mark, you're polishing it up for if this season is let's say if the season is a disaster, you're going to get on there and be like, I told you guys in May that it didn't look good and it wasn't going to be good. But if they come out and they go 17-0, as Jeremy said in our little schedule show, you ain't gonna get on the air and be like, man, look, I apologize. They got it right together from jump, and I'm sorry for what I said in May. No, you ain't gonna say that. You gonna sit here and act like none of this happened. So it's just too early to say stuff like I expected the impact to be immediate. It's just like with my bad, 16-0 and tie. My bad, Jeremy. But yeah, like with anybody, like the new guys coming in with Grady and Dio and Drew and all of those guys got to mesh and everything. Like they got to mesh. They got to get to know each other. Now, if this was, like I said, this end of the summer, then it's talk about. But to make it like your hard point on multiple shows, it's low. It's really low.
It's May. It's the second OTA practice. This was Wednesday, so they only get to see one practice a week. So they'll be back there to see Wednesday, and I'm gonna tune into all of them. I don't just listen to Brad Biggs. I check out Courtney Cronin, see what she got to say. All of them people that's actually there, they get to see it. So we gotta basically try to piece together what we're hearing from those who are privileged enough and worked hard enough to be able to sit in that room. And my thing is because his co-host Adam Hogue had a completely different view of it. And that just goes to show you two people can be watching the same thing and come away with completely different takeaways.
And I didn't hear, and that's what I'm saying, like you said, all the other people that was there, Courtney and all those other writers that got a chance that has the credentials, to see it, they didn't bomb on it like he did. I'm like, oh, okay. They did, but they were like, okay, it was a tip pass over here. It was this. He's working off this. Hey, doing this. This is how they setting it up. We're just trying to see, kind of imagine what it would look like. We're not looking for, perfection now in this installment of practice, but we can see what they're doing. Like when we get to talk about who was taking snaps and who was there, and Caleb leading with the left foot and all these other kind of things, we can see like what the potential of it is going to be. But to say like, I expected Ben Johnson to come in and they look like the Patriots after 7 Super Bowls. Like
magic wand and everything is fixed. Like that was the dumbest shit I ever heard. That just pissed me off when he said that. And quite frankly, when I listen, like I said, I didn't just listen to them. I listened to everybody. I went around trying to, get pieces so I could form my opinion because I can't see it myself. I didn't hear, and kind of like you said, I didn't hear anybody come away with that type of report when they were speaking on what they saw at Wednesday's practice. Honestly, from what I took away from it, it was more emphasis on the coaching staff and how different they sounded and look, not the practice itself, because I heard like it's a practice. Nobody really criticized Eberflus for how he ran his practices. It was a professional practice with Eberflus, probably was professional with Matt Nagy, but just in terms of the teaching and coaching that's actually going on out there, that's the biggest takeaway I heard from most of these Bears beat reporters. And Jeremy put Mark Grody in there. I listened to a good amount of Mark Grody and Dan Wiederer, those dudes. And like I say, because you can't, if there's a lot of people who do this, they will just watch CHGO, which I'm not hating on CHGO. Congrats, great platform. But you can't just watch them. If you're a true Bears fan and you want the true story when you can't get your eyes on it yourself, that's why I started going to training camp. I need to see this shit for myself. You have to do the work, actually do the work, show some respect to your team, and get opinions from all these people. Because since Caleb got there, I'm sure the reporter room went from 50 to 300. There's a lot of people out there that's making content and talking about this.
And you got to be careful of the fake news, because even though they the national professionals, they got the credentials. Some of them read bad blogs and read bad fan fiction stuff that comes up. I've seen it more than once where and they even sometimes, they're not serious, but like, well, what if this? I saw this on the fan page. I just say shout out to my man Bear Truth 9 stopping in again. It's good to see you. But you got to piece everything else. It's like it's easy math. When everything is fractional, it's easy math. What's the common denominator? What's the common thing that everybody is talking about? And the thing that I got over the last 2 times the media got to go out there is, look, like you said, Mark, look at how these coaches is coaching, these position coaches. They ain't even really talking about Ben Johnson mostly. They're talking about these position coaches, and look how grateful these players seem now. Like these wide receivers, I feel so grateful to have Randall, the running backs, the linemen. They're talking more about their position coaches than basically what's going on and how Ben Johnson is doing. How's that Ben Johnson as a coach? A lot of them are just like, man, they know the coaches is good, but Dan is really showing me a lot of stuff. When you listen to Ozzie, and you listen to Joe, you listen to those guys, you listen to the wide receivers, you listen to defensive back. They talk about how Al is coaching them up and all these other kind of things, which is what they're supposed to do, which is good. So I think we're actually installing and getting better at something that we didn't have at this point last offseason, which is a coaching staff that was being held accountable or, doing what they're supposed to do for this team. And like I said, a lot of last season, a lot of things we've seen in these players last season, it stemmed from them. And I don't think we're going to have those issues no more. So, but like I said, just
My bad. I'm just trying to share the live around.
No, you're good. I was trying to quote I forgot the Philadelphia Sixers quote. What's they quote about Embiid and them? It was trust the process. That's what I'm
trust the process.
Trust the process. Really. Trust the process, man. We'll get that.
So let me get your thought on this, because there's another piece or quote or incident that I heard, I took away from, and I'm sure you heard it too. And I actually mentioned it in the group chat. Kokomet, Ben Johnson. From what I've heard from multiple reporters, this is not just one avenue of this, is not one source. Ben Johnson screamed at Kokomet because he wasn't lined up correctly. And it wasn't like you should have been on the left side when you was on the left side, you should have been on the right side. No, this was like you were 3 feet from the slot receiver or outside receiver instead of being 5 feet. So it was like a 2 feet difference, something like as small as that. But the details, he yelled at him, screamed at him, get it right, told everybody, look, no, fuck that, get back in the huddle and run it again, which we heard last season that when they messed up, they wouldn't even run it again. They just move on to the next play that he had on the play sheet. But Ben Johnson yelled at and screamed at Cole Kmet and actually stared him down, told him, get your ass back in the huddle. All y'all, do it again. Thoughts on that from Cole Kmet? Because look, Cole Kmet is the good guy. He embodies a bear, right?
Right. No, and that's the thing though. Don't get me wrong. Remember, Cole Kmet had quite a few. I want to count maybe 3 or 4 key penalties last year.
Yes. Yep.
That kind of set us back too. Like, I'm not saying he's not without fault, but of course Ben Johnson gonna get on them tight ends. He's a tight end coach. It's where he started. That's what he knows. He sees that first. He sees that first. The first thing he see.
Absolutely.
You know. So if that was your position, that's what you know the most. You can see the small, minute things. Like, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. He probably yelled at him because like, you know better. You've been here way longer. You should know better than that. I should not be yelling at you. It's like the oldest child. I shouldn't be yelling at you because you know better.
Set the example.
But the baby, no, that's the baby. You the oldest. You should know better. You should know better, Cole. So I'm gonna let you know, since you the good guy, since you the bear, everybody in the city know you. When you think of Cole Kmet, you think of Chicago Bears. He's their spokesperson last season. Remember, he was up there saying all the good kind of stuff. This is what I do to them. So just imagine if I have to yell at you.
Right.
And we owe him 50 million. We gave him 50 million. So if you on a small contract or you trying to buy for time or something like that, and you mess up just a little bit, this was gonna happen to you too. And then you might not even play.
Yeah.
When I heard that, I'm like, yes. Because first of all, we all know the saying, if your coach is hardest on the people that he believes in the most, basically. Something like that. A lot of, you can say it a different way, but that's basically how that goes. Bear Truth says, does it feel like a coincidence that out of all players getting yelled at, it was Kmet? Granted, we just drafted a tight end top 10. That's exactly what I was about to speak on. I don't think it was a coincidence. I think he's seen there was other people fucking up. There was other mishaps, like he talked about in his press conference. Perfect opportunity to set the tone by talking to probably going to be a captain. I don't know if they picked the captains yet, but it's probably going to be a captain, talking to him that way, putting fire under everybody else. Because if they like you said, Wes, damn, he gonna talk like that to Cole Kmet. I ain't even 50 million right there. I get paid what, 2 million over 3 million over here. Absolutely. Look, I'm gonna be on my best behavior if he talking to him like that. So appreciate that chat, Bear Truth, because it was not a coincidence at all. That was premeditated. As soon as he had the chance to jump on that, and I don't want to say make an example, but that's what it was. Make an example out of him, not in a bad way at all. Not in a bad way at all. But just set the tone for what you're trying to embody as a coach. This team. I love Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
I do.
I know. And like he said, when they asked him about it, he said, "Oh, you thought that was what he said? You thought that was aggressive, or you thought that was something?" I forgot the term he used, but he said,
agitated.
"Thought I was being you think I was agitated? You think I was being mean?" He was like, "Oh no, I thought I was just basically doing that's my job. That's what I'm supposed to be doing." So yeah, and like I said, I'm pretty sure he has all the people that he wants to probably be captains, the people he wants to probably lead this team, and I think he can't wait till they mess up, even if it's something small, even if it's Jalen Johnson getting a fake penalty in practice or something like that. You're gonna yell at JJ, what are you doing? Now you just said, now yell at him. fire him. Go sit down for one installment, and then bring him right back. Because this is what it's gonna take to one, get this team in order and running on the same page.
Yep.
And two, this is going to let like other players and everybody else know, like, okay, that's a Pro Bowler right there, and he critiqued something tiny. That's what he shoot for every single time. And it's not like, you know what I mean? It's not he's gonna not play him next week because he did something, or something that's crazy as that. But we are going to strive. We're going to correct every small little thing. Every blade of grass has got to be perfect.
Yes.
For us to be the team that we want to be. And we're going to do this now. So we're not doing it week 10 and not trying to figure it out on 10-game losing streaks and all this other nonsense that happened last season. And still studies saying, oh yeah, everything is good. Football on the turf, grass is green. Sun rises.
This shit was horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible. Every week it got worse and worse and worse. So I like it, man. I like it.
Another. So we played the Carm clip of how it was just trouble in paradise on week 2 and everything was fucking terrible. Also heard that, and you know how I feel about 7-on-7. It's 7-on-7. Every time I played 7-on-7, we dominated as offense. 7-on-7 should help the offense. It's a major advantage. Just football without linemen. Mm-hmm. Our quarterbacks struggled in 7-on-7, including Caleb in the past, Justin, Mitch Trubisky. I think the last quarterback I heard who actually was doing pretty good is Jay Cutler, and that's a while ago. Mm-hmm. I was way too even young to even really know what was going on.
Right.
Caleb actually did pretty damn good in 7-on-7, but you didn't hear that from Mark Carman. You get what I'm saying? Like, He left that part out. He talked about a lot of team stuff, a lot of drill stuff. But I talk about it. I want to see offense dominate in 7-on-7 every single time. I don't care if you're in shorts and T-shirts or you got pads on. Do what you're supposed to do. It's like the good team playing a bad team. Oh, y'all beat them by 30. Duh, you should. Guess what happened if you don't beat them by 30? Y'all gonna be on my ass, right? So I will beat them by 30, and I will feel good about it. He had a good 7-on-7 from what I've heard from multiple sources. That's his co-host, Adam Hogue. That's Brad Biggs, and that's Courtney Cronin as well. 7-on-7 was good, pretty good for him. So I'm gonna put that out there as well, even though some people won't. He did struggle apparently but it's practice. It's practice. Any football player knows it's practice. First of all, you doing shit in practice. You're gonna try shit, you're gonna test things out. This is install. This ain't even a normal practice. This is install. So I do want to just put that out there that he did have a pretty good 7-on-7. But you mentioned something about Ben Johnson, nitpicking the details. I also heard that DJ Moore, he had his best pass of the day was to DJ Moore over Jalen Johnson. And Ben Johnson, this is what we talk about, the nitpicking. Ben Johnson came back to him like, hey, you completed it, but that's the wrong read. That's not what I asked you to do. You just I'm putting my own context into it. Yeah. You just threw a 30-yard pass. I wanted you to take the 8 yards right there. And this is why you were getting sacked last year. A part of it. You know what I mean? This is just my own take on Ben Johnson coming back saying, hey, you can't do that. You just threw a 30-yard completion. But fuck that. No, we are working on the basics. And I'm gonna be nitpicking on the details. You had an 8 yards right there, or 6 yards. You had 6 yards right there. Take the layup. That's why I called the play. You know what I mean? That's another thing, because I think we talked about it last year, was what we wanted to see when we did our expectations for Caleb. I said I wanted to drop back, boom, boom, 6 yards here, boom, 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 8 yards there. I don't need to see the deep plays because I've seen the great quarterbacks do that. They take the 6 yards, the 7 yards there, here and there. Negativity sells. What you think about that? Him nitpicking, like you said, on what seemed to be a big gain, but he wasn't happy. He was still pissed off about it because apparently Caleb didn't do what he wanted to see.
I think that goes back to basically Ben Johnson looking at what Caleb didn't do well last year and what caused a lot of easy things, like making the games probably even closer than they could have been, should have been. Putting a little bit more pressure on the offensive line, knowing they trash. Like if you waiting for the downfield to develop and you know your offensive line for to take a nap, you might want to just jot it down. We talked about that since we were just talking about Cole Kmet. You know, we seen the 6 yards he was open several times in several games. Or if we would just got those few yardage, and I'll play devil's advocate on the other side of it. Look at what happened in Washington. They took 15 yards before the Hail Mary happened.
Yep.
They didn't throw 2 Hail Marys back to back. They didn't throw a Hail Mary and you know it was incomplete. And then they tried it again to complete. No, they said, okay, we got 2 passes right here. Let's get as many yards on the first pass as we can, and then we'll look downfield. And that's how you move the chains. Yeah, we get it. You want to play hero ball, you're gonna get your trust me. These defenses are going to force you into making some hero-like highlight plays. You're going to get your chance. But right now, I need you to stick to the plan and stick to what we're doing because that's what's going to win these games. And that's probably why we lost some games last year. Because you allowed, like you said, a lot of words coming out of, you know, the building last year was they was letting Caleb have free reign.
Yes.
And Caleb kept trying to force the ball here, force the ball. We seen he was trying to force the ball to Rome a lot last season. And I'm like, as much as I want him to look good out there, I would prefer you throw it down to Cole Kmet and he fall down for 9 yards and we just run this 3rd and 1, 2nd and 1, 4th and 1. So I think
Caleb, and I've been seeing this all going around PFF, all Instagram, Twitter, Facebook as well. Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy had the 2 lowest check down rates, I believe, in the NFL. I don't know if you've seen that graphic going around, but it was PFF, and he wasn't taking the check downs. He just wasn't. That wasn't his thing. And like you said, Ben Johnson knows that he's a evil genius, so he's gonna come in here and make you work on the things that you struggled with last year. Everybody want to talk about this deep ball and this deep pass. Well, I remember when he needed a deep pass back shoulder to Roma Dunze against the Green Bay Packers, that motherfucker was like money. It was money. So I think he's fine there, but he does need to take those check downs. That's 4 yards, 5 yards, get to 3rd and 6 instead of 3rd and 12. You know what I mean? Make it easier.
Exactly. I think I just pulled it up right now. So Caleb Williams had the lowest out of all quarterbacks last year.
The lowest check down?
Yep, 7.1%. And you're right, Brock Purdy was right there on him with 7.2.
You see what I'm saying? So you got to take the check down. Now, Brock Purdy just got paid a lot of money. They didn't go to the playoffs. They did not go to the playoffs. So neither did we. And Nick's making a comeback. Hopefully I'm hitting on some of my bets that I put in. But all right. Another thing I want to talk about from news from OTAs is happening again, Wes. Right foot forward, left foot forward, left foot forward, right foot forward. Same thing that happened with Justin Fields. Same thing that went on with Justin Fields. Ben Johnson has apparently switched Caleb's stance, and now he's putting his left foot forward to help with the quick game. This is what Ben Johnson had to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it a number of ways in my time in the league, and really over the last few years, I've kind of gravitated towards that. It's something that I feel pretty strongly about. He and I talked about it, the reasons why we want to do it. I think it helps out certainly with the quick game from the gun, and then helps us be in a little bit better throwing posture for a lot of the other things that we're asking him to do. So he, when we talked about it initially, he was already kind of exploring that himself. So it wasn't so much us telling him to do it. It was more a mutual, yeah, let's see what this looks like. And I think he's taken a knack to it.
So apparently it wasn't just his decision telling him what to do. It was like a mutual thing. Apparently, it seems like Ben Johnson hasn't given me a reason not to trust what he says so far. Look, he says, and this is what they said with Justin Fields too, helps with the quick game, the hike, boom, 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 get the ball out. And that's exactly what I wanted to see from Caleb last season. He didn't quite do that. So this is I'm not a quarterback guru. I play linebacker. I play linebacker and running back. I'm not a quarterback guru at all, but I know a little bit of football. So this is what I interpret when you talk about left foot. This is for dummies. Football, QB, and for dummies. This is what this is. Your right foot forward, right? And you're right-handed quarterback. Think of your drop. As soon as you hike that ball, you got right foot got to move backwards as you take your drop, whether you're in shotgun. You will be in shotgun. So if you're left foot forward, you're trying to eliminate unnecessary movement at all times as a quarterback. Your left foot is forward, your right foot is already back because you're throwing off your back. You're throwing off that foot every time. You're not, as a right-handed quarterback, you're going to throw off that right foot. And if your right foot is forward and you hike the ball, you have to move it back so you can plant. Now, if we're talking about the quick game and your left foot is already forward, that right foot is already back. So you can hike the ball, boom, dot him up. Hike the ball, boom, dot him up without having to move that right foot forward to the back position. Not a quarterback guru. That's simple terms for people who don't want to, research why that matters. But it does make sense. It does make sense. You're eliminating unnecessary movements, unnecessary motions from the quarterback position. But it's the same thing we heard with Justin Fields. Thoughts on him switching that up, and they trying it with Justin, and now you're trying it with Caleb again? Like, we seen it didn't really matter with Justin. I mean, at least I don't think it mattered with Justin. I felt like Justin played the same regardless.
Well, you know me, you know how I do this Bears thing. So I did the research and found out, and I went to the source, the best person I could find out about why does this matter. So when I looked it up from The Athletic, I had to go to the person who did it the best, Tom Brady. So in 2011, Tom Brady went to a camp. And as of 2012, he started every snap for the next 8 years with his left foot forward because it improved his throwing stance. It allowed it, what did it say, left foot for several years? And it made his throwing motion easier. After 2020, he went to a square stance because he wanted to basically be able to kind of go both sides of the field in a way. That's basically how it sums up. That's what Tom Brady did for 8 years. When he was developing himself as a quarterback, like, I have to be better. It's just like left hand layups. If you go left hand, left knee, it makes the layup easier. It makes it a more higher percentage chance you're going to make it. So if you're going to go with your quick game, you can get in the left hand stance. Now, if he won't, maybe you should go with square stance. But do I think, oh man, it's not going to work? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it does work. Maybe it doesn't. But what I do know is the data says if you want to have a good check down game, you want to have a good quick game, the best way to do it is to have your left foot forward. So like you said, so you can get off that back right foot and get that ball out as soon as possible. Because if you look at it, one of the stats that a lot of people put up there is time from snap to release on the quarterback.
Yep. That's a big quarterback stat.
Right? So that's something that you might want to improve if you want to be a good quarterback. Can you take it outside, please? And be good, especially like I said, you play defense. The worst thing to do is as soon as the ball snapped, the ball ain't where it was. As soon as you try to react, it was on one side of the field, the other side of the field. Now you gotta go. It makes them have to react. They have to react faster. They have to react. If you get them time, you give defensive time to get to you and disrupt your play. So
you mentioned he did a square stance, and another quarterback I know who started doing his drop back straight up with a square type stance is Aaron Rodgers. And that, now these are dudes we talking about that are future Hall of Famers. And Laz is putting in the chat. Look at how Dan Marino did it. He had the fastest release, and there's more info helping us out to add more info on why it was it's a thing. And then Ricky jumping in there saying Caleb releases way faster than Fields, so we should see a big difference. And I hope so. I definitely hope we do. But Aaron Rodgers had that square stance, and that was because instead of having turn, you coming straight back so you can see the whole field. Like you said, you can see left and right. Elite quarterbacks can do that. I don't know. I mean, Caleb he has elite talent. I don't know if he would feel comfortable doing that, but just a little thing about that square stance you was talking about. Look, I don't care. Do what you got to do to be successful. It's kind of like a jump shot thing. You know how people try to fix, like Sean Marion. People try to fix these jump shots or whatever. If it works, it works. If it works, it works. I mean, Lonzo Ball came in with a crazy jump shot. Michael Kidd Gilchrist. Now his shit was very bad, but a lot of jump shots it's in the NBA get fixed or changed, and it's like, when have you seen an NBA player fixing a jump shot and now they just turn into this crazy 3-point shooter? It's usually still, you might go up a few percent points or something, but
it's usually personal.
You are who you are. You are who you are.
It's usually personal. When it's something like that, it's usually what's comfortable. At the end of the day, you can coach and tell me to do it 1,000 times, but if it's not comfortable, I can't do it. When I golf, I golf left foot forward. I can't square stance when I golf. I don't know why. It just ain't good for me. I just can't do it. I gotta have left foot forward. Just the way it is.
People gonna resort back to their habits. Once shit breaks down, shit hits the fan, and you under duress. They try to change Tim Tebow's throwing motion. His was horrible, and that's kind of why his career didn't last long. But you are who you are. You're gonna revert back to your old habits. Destin, my boy, ain't seen you in a little minute. Yeah, all day. Bear Troops 9 said Ben does run a really strict route concept, so Caleb Williams will learn it. I think he will. I think they'll get there. All right, enough of the Caleb talk. One thing I wanted to see in camp was who was going to start taking first team reps at left tackle. Was it going to be Karan? Was it going to be Ozzie? And from what I heard, it was Karan getting the first team reps at left tackle. And I don't think Ozzie got the second team reps. A guy by the name Joshua Miles took the second team reps, and Ozzie was working with the third team. I think he got some second team reps, but he was definitely not first team. Thoughts on Karan getting the first team reps over Ozzie?
Like we said when we were talking about who could possibly get the spot. Like I said, we obviously don't want to see Braxton of that, so but I can see Karan getting it just because he got, like I said, he got the experience. He got the experience. He know what it feels like to get mauled all over the field, right? He knows what he needs to be tweaking and doing, and how he should be communicating in a live game. And you gotta, in a sense, you gotta prep your best player that you got. I guess that's how I'm thinking it, as far as experience and all that. Like I said, unless Ozzie just go and take it. Just go and take it. Just go out there and look for just bounds and leaps better than any of the other tackles on that left side or who's taking those left sides. But I don't really put too much big into it because like I said, Ozzie's a rookie. He never played a game yet. We don't know what he's really gonna be. So I can't say. It's not like we signed him like a Drew Dahlman or a Joe Tooney and somebody coming in.
Right.
Got some time in. We gave them a little bit of money, and now we're expecting them to, already know what they're supposed to be doing. So I think it's more of let's take our time with it. I think it's gonna change, but I think they're just prepping Karan now, letting Ozzie get to learn, get back into that left tackle spot. Because like we said before, when we got drafted, he spent a lot more time on that right. So just like we said, even with Caleb with the left leg forward, let him start getting used to being on that left side again, the opposite hand in the dirt and all this other kind of stuff. And, getting his kick really, getting his leg kick back game real good, working on that and working on his technique and all of that first, instead of just, having them battle now and him looking worse just because he ain't did it in a while. So
show a little respect to Karan. You know what I mean? Like he's been, like you said, he's been here for a year now. He has a little experience. How would it look if you moved a guy who played predominantly right tackle in college and you let him start over me right away when I've always been left tackle? from the start of it. So show a little respect. Let Karan, give him the opportunity, because he did come into training camp or OTAs and everything last season injured. So he started off a little, he didn't start off kind of going through what Colston Love is going through. They hope Colston will be back for training camp, but Karan wasn't back for training camp. Right. So let him take it. Let the rookie work for it as well. Let the rookie show us something. Show me the hunger that you have. Like you said, you want to just get on the field. So show me. This is your quickest path right here to get on the field. Work for it. Start with those guys down there, dominate there, then move up a level. Second string. Show me you could dominate there, and then we'll what you look like with the starters. But again, like you and Bear Truth said, it's early.
It's early. It's a lot of off season. It's a lot of off season for you to get a chance to come in. And like I said, we talk about the offensive line. Let's get them pads. Let's get them,
Yes.
Let's get them really showing what they're gonna do. Let's throw Shamar over there and see what he do to it.
And I can't wait to see Shamar go up against some of these younger guys in training camp. I didn't really get word on who was. I think they still trying things out on who would be starting at that Jack Sanborn strong side linebacker position. I didn't really figure that out. I think they still trying some dudes out. I heard they moving Greg Hardy. He been playing some linebacker in a number 90 something jersey. I forget his jersey number, but Greg Hardy. No, not Greg Hardy. Daniel Hardy. Yeah, Daniel Hardy. He's been playing some linebacker for the Bears, which is we'll see how that looks. I did skip one thing, Wes. I did skip one thing that I need to get your thoughts on before we move on. And it's basically the ending, wrapping up this whole fiasco. Seth Wickersham. Yeah.
All right, let me see.
I said we was done with the Caleb thing, but everybody thought he was gonna speak Wednesday. That's my bad. I'm backtracking. Everybody thought he was gonna speak Wednesday. He did not speak Wednesday. Just to people wanted him to address the news and put it past him. Ben Johnson and his teammates had to field questions instead of him. I don't know how you feel about that, but here's Ben Johnson on just a little quick talking about the Caleb Williams news.
It's come to my attention that the quarterback's been out in the media over the last week, and just to get out in front of that a little bit, I just wanted to say I wasn't here last year, and so I can't speak too much in terms of what it was like before he got here and when he got here last year. But from my 4 months on the job, he's been outstanding to work with, and we just are focusing on getting a little better every day.
Getting a little better every day. That was Ben Johnson. That's getting ahead of the Caleb Williams news. Look, if you're just tuning in to the Black Bear Podcast, hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast, one word, no spaces. I'm your host, Mark Robb, with my co-host in the building, Chef Wes. Look, you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. We go live every Sunday during the off season. Then we do post game shows and some pre-game shows during the season. Again, the Black Bear Podcast, one word, no spaces. Look, Caleb didn't talk. People pissed about it. Mainly the media is pissed about it, and some fans is pissed about it. You want me to give my opinion on this first? Look, this is what I think. This is how I feel about it. I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. I never did care. Like I was talking to you about it before we went live. The kid didn't grow up in Chicago. He went to USC. He has no ties to anything in the Midwest. Why does his loyalty need to lie with the Chicago Bears pre-draft? Like, where's all of this coming from? He don't owe us a goddamn thing. We better be lucky that and happy we had the number 1 overall pick, that we can even what's the word I'm looking for? We can even have the opportunity to get his services. Because guess what? If we didn't, I guarantee you he would have been a little more happier to go play somewhere else. And obviously he was a little, we heard about the Minnesota Vikings, but we talked about this. Wes, he grew up a Packer fan. Y'all mad about that too? Y'all mad that kids that's coming from Washington, D.C. or that lived in California or that they're fans of other teams? Y'all pissed about that? Like, come on now. He was not in a Bear uniform. He was not. So he can, at that point, he can say what he wants. Can't be mad at what he did before you or how he felt before you. You know the stigma around this team. Now, I relate it back to him not speaking. It's a 2025 season. If Matt Eberflus was here, still fine. This is Ben Johnson. Everybody's so happy about Ben Johnson being here. So why are we putting this on Ben Johnson's plate and weighing his rookie season down as a head coach? Oh, I keep hearing if he would have spoke, you could put it behind you. But I guarantee that's bullshit. This story ain't going away because guess what? Week 1, we play the Minnesota Vikings, and it's going to come up again. So if I was Caleb, when he does speak in every single question that relates to this damn article, what Marshawn Lynch say? I'm just here so I don't get fined. I won't say that, but that's the type of vibe I'm taking to it because who gives a fuck? That's my opinion on it. I pray he doesn't speak on it. I pray he don't give no reporter that ask him about this situation. I pray he doesn't give him nothing to write about. I pray he doesn't. That's my thoughts on it. Caleb, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. The floor is yours, Wes.
I wanted them to not let me say this, not just speak on it or not give an explanation. Come up there, talk about OTAs, whatever. And when they ask him, say, that was in the past. I'm never going to talk about it again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And from now on, that's it. That's my reply to that question. From now until if you want to bring it up 10 years from now or after he wins MVP or a Super Bowl, I'm like, hey, are you happy you're in Chicago? Are you happy you ain't nuke Chicago? I'm not talking about that. We already stated that. I'm not going to. What did Bill Belichick girlfriend do? Jordan, my girl Jordan, when the reporter asked Bill Belichick about how they met, we're not talking about that. Just like that. You don't want to interview me because I don't want to talk about it? Fine. You don't want to come, you don't want to come in the room because that's the story you want to write? Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Don't show up because guess what? I'm not talking about it. And that way we not speculating on what he gonna say. Should he talk about? Because he's gonna have to talk eventually. So that's all I felt like. Hey, look, I'm not talking about it. It happened. I'm not talking about it. That's it. Next question. And anytime somebody I bring it up at any other press conference, they want to try to slide in our report, try to slide it in. So yeah, everything looking good. Thank you for not nuking us. I'm not talking about that. You know, it's going to be there. It's going to be there.
Right.
It's going to be there.
It ain't going nowhere.
It ain't going nowhere. It's probably going to last. But I mean, there's people still talking about painting nails. I read comments on paint nails, and I'm like, y'all still talking about that? That's what we still on. We still on that. Like, really? But it's still out there. Some people still. It's just, what can I say? It's mean, stupid people in the world, and they're gonna try to find that little stupid thing to make themselves feel better, maybe get some clicks. They're gonna link up together and they're gonna bond over something stupid, and that's what this is. And like you said, I mean, I can't explain it better than you did. It was before he even became a Bear. When he made the statement, I didn't know what it was. I just know, Chicago people like football. But when I got here, when I walked through Silas Hall and I saw the history, I'm enjoying learning about the history of the Chicago Bears.
Right.
That's what he said afterwards. And then on top of that, people keep bringing about what he said and he didn't want to come and what y'all not going to give the Chicago Bears organization the pat on the back to say all of that was going on. And they brought him in the building and he walked out and said, I could do this.
Yep.
I'm gonna be a Bear. And then when he became a Bear, and then you know what I mean? Like, the enthusiasm he had, all of that kind of stuff, the fight that he put in, 10-game losing streaks, knowing all this kind of stuff and still putting his effort in. And y'all want to talk about what he said before he even knew you? You talk about your XXX, your girlfriend XXX. Really? That's what you all want to talk about? You want to keep bringing that up? So that's why I just want him to say, like, I literally want him to come out and say, I'm not going to talk about the book. Don't ask questions about the book. Any other questions. That would be, if you do ask, you look like an idiot.
Yeah.
If you do try to ask him about it. That's the only thing that I wanted to get it, because until he does that, or whatever he does about it, it's still gonna be up here. People still gonna be talking about it.
Okay. Well, I think we kind of aligned on that. Like I said, I feel okay. So what do you think about him? Because he wasn't here to address it, his friends, his teammates and head coach, they were asked about it too. So they kind of left answering something that ain't got nothing to do with them. I've been seeing that kind of go around either. I don't think that matters. Yeah. I think they got Caleb Williams back. I would love to answer questions for my quarterback if he's not here. So
yeah, I mean,
that's just my thought about it.
It's your team. And like I said, that should be the thing. That should be what it is. Like, I wish Ben Johnson would have came in, talked to him about it. Like, okay, we get it. I just want to let you know and talk to the team. This is the statement about the whatever his name book is. That was last year. We're the 2025 Bears. We're not talking about it. Nobody in House Hall is going to talk about it. It's done. We don't care about it anymore. We care about what's going on now. We care about this season now. We care about this head coach, this coaching staff, this team that we're building, this offseason. That way, if they do try to bring it up, everybody can just say, we're not talking about that. You know, how do you feel about Caleb not wanting to come and play, be a Bear with you? Did you, or even the coach or the new workers, like, how do you feel about, Caleb said he didn't want to be a Bear. Did you ever feel like that? We're not talking about
that too.
Yeah, you know what I mean? We're not talking about that. If you bring up anything along those lines, segue into anything like that, this team is not talking about this organization. We're not going to talk about it. That's it.
Get everybody on the same page.
On the same page. That's what we're gonna do. That's gonna be the answer. That's what you're gonna get.
Okay, I like that. I can agree with that. If you're going to speak, that would be a good reason to speak, to get it, nip that shit in the bud and dead it right there. And we're not gonna do this.
And if you ask again, I'm gonna say no comment.
We got mini camp coming up, mandatory mini camp coming up. We got training camp coming up. I don't want to answer none of these questions. So, okay, I like that. I'm right there with you on that. I think. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so we can move on from the Caleb Williams and OTA, unless you got anything else, any news or anything we didn't cover that was interesting to talk about when it came to OTAs. I mean, I said the most interesting thing I heard was the coaches. So
that was it too. And a lot of the people who were I seen a lot of highlights. I saw the highlight of the DJ Moore touchdown, and everybody like, oh, we back, because that was a big play and all that. And then, like I said, the Ben Johnson come back like, what do you think of a big play? It wasn't what I called. I ain't like it. Just like you said about the tush push. Have you ever seen an explosive play from a tush push? That's why I'm not a tush push guy. Next. Can't do much outside of the tush push. You can't.
Would you vote to ban the tush push?
No.
Tush push?
No.
Stop it.
Stop it. Don't give him 1 yard. Make it 4 for 5. Make it 4 for 5 every time. 4 for 5. Keep him out the red zone. That's your job.
I'm right. I'm with you. At 20, I think it was 22 teams voted to ban it. 10 voted to keep it. I'm with you. Stop it. Stop it. And we gonna have to stop it this season on Black Friday when we play the worst game, 2 p.m. ever. That's this. Dude, kids, high school football is on Friday. What is like? Look, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Give the Rasheed Wallace both teams play hard. All right, before we move on, let me get this. He said, Bear True said, question, I believe Moore will be the primary slot for a few reasons. I was wondering what you guys think. Slot. That would imply that Luther will be on the outside and Rome will be on the outside as well.
Or not play, or he'll be the backup to DJ sometimes, and you're gonna put what's his name out there? Olamide?
Zacchaeus.
Yeah, you're gonna put him out there on the end. I won't say primary. I can see them swapping. I can see them moving them around, put them in different positions and that, but I don't think it'll be primary in this.
Let me put it back up there. I accidentally took it down. Yeah, I don't know. I think Ben wants to see blocking from his wide receivers. So if he don't like the way DJ blocking, I can see him not being out there for some packages, certain plays. Maybe he will be the ball catcher instead of the blocker for whoever the receivers are blocking for. Screen passes, bubble screens, and stuff like that. So I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say if you're implying like he'll lose his spot on the outside to somebody, I don't think so. He said, I don't see two rookies in Loveland and Burden playing close to each other early. I mean, if you have a slot on the field, you're probably in 11. No slot, you're probably in 12. So if they're in 12 personnel, I think DJ's on the field. So I mean, I don't, and then that'll make him the outside wide receiver, and they'll move.
Even with Loveland and Burton, the way they run routes and the way they get separation, being rookies don't really matter. No, but like I said, I got to see it. I can't. It's a good question, a good something to look out for, good something to see. But I don't think DJ primarily would be in the slot at all.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No.
I don't think so. Like I said, Zacchaeus is the slot guy, and then I think they like Luther in the slot for sure. But we'll see. We will see. He said more making the most money. The idiot in the born offense has been the money position. I guess we'll see. We'll see, Bear Truth. If I had to answer your question, I'm gonna say no. What's up?
Oh, he's saying that the slot in Ben's offense has been what the money position is.
Yeah, but that's Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think TJ and Amon-Ra is the same wide receiver, in my opinion. We'll see, though. We will just have to see. You ready to talk about some of these linemen? Some of these linemen. All right. That's enough for OTAs. We'll wrap up the OTA talk and get to the second part of the show. Look, again, appreciate y'all tuning in. Hit that like button for us. Show us some love, man. Help us grow a little bit. Time to talk about these linemen. Because I don't know. I think, look, full disclosure, I think on this D line for sure, we need bring in a veteran, and we're gonna look at some of these guys, but bring in a vet. I don't really. It's fine if they want to go into. I don't know if the vet will make that big of a difference anyway when we talk about the D line, but just bring in a vet. But you want to start with the offensive line, correct? Let me see.
We can start with the O line because I think the O line is better built. Like we kind of can say definitively what they are.
Okay.
But all
right, let's go.
It don't matter.
I'll pull up the starting five, and we'll just go through each one of those guys on the starting five and talk about the expectations, whether we feel they're a legit starter or not. And I mean, just whatever else you want to talk about based on their contracts, or what type of production you feel like they should give us, or if they need to be replaced. Let's see. There we go. Like I said, I went with Braxton just because we're gonna kick Braxton out there just because that is where he was. I start with Braxton, and I'll start with it. No, absolutely not. Not a starter for me. A great swing. I won't even say great, but a really good swing tackle. Below average starter for me. That's probably why we drafted Karan last year, and that's why we spent another second round pick on another left tackle to replace him. I'm not a Braxton Jones fan. Everybody know that. I know. Let me see. Bear Truth definitely knows that. He said Braxton getting traded. I hope so. Hopefully we can get something for him. Then Ricky said, who you think win the backup center position? That's going to be a fun position to watch because Doug's there. We're going to talk about Doug, and then we're going to talk about Luke as well. I think that's what Luke Newman will be playing. But no, Braxton Jones, I have no expectations for him at the starting position. I want him to be a backup predominantly. I think that would, if he becomes a backup, that says a lot for the starter, whether it be Karan or Ozzie. And then we got great depth. 4-year or 3-year starter out of Braxton Jones coming in as a backup left tackle who's shown he's okay as being in there, but you got to get better at that position. No expectations for him. I don't think he gets paid. He's in the contract year. I can't see myself paying big money for him, especially not starter money. Give him some backup money if you want to keep him in the house. I'm not like Charles Leno. I wanted Charles Leno gone. But yeah, Braxton Jones for me, that's my thoughts on him. Braxton Jones.
Like I said, when I did my whole thing, like I said, I didn't put a starter for left tackle.
Okay.
I damn sure wasn't gonna put Braxton Jones.
I just had to get him out the way.
I damn sure want to put him. I don't know. I was trying to see let me see what Braxton. I'm trying to see what did it hit the cap for cutting him? Just getting rid of him. He my Nate Davis this offseason. I just don't want to talk about him no more. Don't want to see him.
Basically, want to spend some of that airtime talking about Ozzie or Karan.
Like I said, I don't think he got it coming off that ankle injury. What he's done so far, what he's done when healthy. Like I'm looking at his percentages, 20th overall grade from PFF, 17th in pass, 35th in run block.
Well, PFF, and that's what I hated about PFF because I think going into last season, they had Braxton Jones ranked pretty high or pretty good, and I just didn't see that at all. That's what I'm talking about, the eye test. You got to see it yourself.
Yeah. No, and I'm just trying to find some type of number to see. This is based off how they grade, and if they're grading you low. And like I said, we could question, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if they got you at 35th, how you started? If they got
right there with you.
You know what I mean? 35th and you're at midway of the pack on offensive overall, you bottom tier, and he's supposed to be better than that by now. And on top of that, if you want to, add more to it, you coming off a really bad ankle injury as a lineman. That's a key, if you want to call it. That's this is just crazy. So like I said, I don't expect him to be there. I don't think he's gonna be there. I'm not putting him out there. So.
Okay. Quick one. Definitely can move on from that because we'll talk about his backup or the potential starter that we may have taken his place. All right, Joe Tooney. Not much really need to be said. You want to kick it off with Joe Tooney?
I mean, it's Joe Tooney. I expect big things from Joe Tooney. I expect him to lead this line, to be honest with you. I think we didn't have a offensive lineman captain last season, right?
We did not.
We got one now. How about that? That's what I gotta say. I expect him to be a captain. I expect him to lead. I think he should be good. I think he probably be the highlight of it. I kind of want to throw Drew Dahlman in there a little bit, but I'm expecting him to be solid. I'm expecting him to be a Pro Bowler on this line because it's easy to shine.
Joe Tooney, we signed him to a 2-year extension, I believe. Worth was it? What was the? Was it 2-year 35? No, that was it 2-year 53? I don't know, but we signed him to a 2-year extension and saved. I think he had a $16 million cap hit this year. This is why I like this extension. He had a $16 million cap hit this season now, and they signed him to the extension, and now it's an $8 million cap hit. Save us some money. That let me know that they gonna be trying to flirt with somebody. Maybe it's the D lineman. He said Jadeveon Clowney. You asked me about that earlier, Wes.
Yeah.
I don't. Sure, if you want him, but it's the same with you go get Zadarius Smith for me or Matthew Judon. I mean, sure, if you want him. I do think they should do something, though. You know what I mean? Don't just not do something. But yeah, I mean, you got all pro, future Hall of Famer. That's what I'm looking for this season. When I talk about Joe Tooney, expectation, all pro, be an all pro for us. Be an all pro hit for us, for sure. Pro bowler. The Knicks won.
The Knicks won.
Wow.
106 100.
Okay, I gotta go. Look at my.
Go ahead, you look at that. But yeah, like I said, the Joe Tooney contract is like I think Bertrand put in $35 million. They saved $8 million, which, like you said, keep restructuring. Off season not over. We could still save with some of these contract restructuring. The June 1st cut is coming up. So, you know, that could be something. Who knows what they can do there? I mean, I have no foresight on what they could do or what they would do, to be honest with you. But like I said, it depends on what the negotiations that we don't hear is going on. And back there, you know, like I hear a lot of people saying, get aggressive, you know, get I don't know, get demanding of Trey and whatever they want just to get him. So I don't know how much he's worth to Ryan Poe's an organization and what they're willing to give up to get him. But like I said, can't have enough D linemen. They all can get some rotations in. They can, you know, you can rotate. It's not the offensive line. The offensive line, they need that kind of synergy, solid five kind of always there kind of thing. But with your defense line, you can rotate them in and out, get fresh legs, get that energy rush, you know, almost every single down. If you got the depth and you got the pieces. So yeah. No bad bids on Joe Tooney.
Joe Tooney, like I said, I'm hoping he is, what is he, 32 now? I think he'll be playing at 33. I'm hoping we get all pro from him. That's what I'm hoping. I don't want, look, a lot of people that come here, they become the worst form of themselves when we bring in these dudes. Only person I know that actually really turned up when they came here was Brandon Marshall. He snapped when he came here. But other than that, coaches, some players, they become the worst form of themselves when they come here. So I'm hoping we don't get that with Joe Tooney.
I think Peppers came in and he was effective.
Peppers was definitely.
Julius Peppers came in and he did his thing still.
Peppers was definitely a dog when he came here as well. And I'm sure there was some other players that was decent, but
I don't want to name out there. I want to
name Yeah, because I had a clip I was going to play earlier where they was talking about this is where quarterbacks go to die, and we heard that about wide receivers too, but obviously that's that's not completely true, but a little bit true. But look, Joe Tooney, I'm hoping he don't take no step back. You got traded here for a 4th round pick. I think that was that was a great trade. You had to extend him, of course, but that was a great trade. Joe Tooney. Not solid, great starter. Great starter. Not much else need to be said there. Let's move on to Drew Dahlman, center in this starting 5. You got his contract? Pull up his. Yeah, you go ahead and pull up his contract. Drew Dahlman. Look, we have been especially look, I've been looking for somebody that can hold down this center position for real. We didn't draft one. For some reason, Poles don't like to draft linemen. Like use high picks on linemen. I don't know what it is with Poles, and y'all know by now how I feel about Poles. I'm still iffy on Poles. I don't know how long he's gonna be around, but because if this season go bad, trust me, he'll be the first to go. Caleb ain't going nowhere. Ben Johnson ain't going nowhere. I don't know if they gave him an extension or not. I doubt they did, but they might have. He don't draft them. He trades for his lineman. Traded for Montez Sweat. Traded for Joe Tooney. Traded for or signed Jonah and signed this guy, Drew Dahlman. He don't really draft. He drafted Darnell, but that's one in what 4 years, 4 drafts now. Like he don't really. That's not his thing. He likes to go trade for his linemen, and he signed Drew Dahlman. I thought we should have took a center in the draft last year, later rounds, but we didn't. I like this signing though. Solid starter. This is a solid starter grade for me with Drew Dahlman, and I hope that he can stabilize this position because what is it with us? 3 years? I think he get
3 years, 42 million, 28 guaranteed.
Exactly. I think we look, and then Bear Truth is right there. He said, Dahlman, you can get 2 years, but Dahlman a very good run blocker, but pass just average. So he is a very solid center. Like I said, solid starter for sure. Not a backup in any way, shape, or form. Like we talked about with Braxton Jones, this is a solid starter. Expectations, I wouldn't say all pro, but go ahead, give us some Pro Bowl like play. You don't got to get the all pro now. That's asking a lot out of you. There's not too. I mean, he could try to be a second team, but hold it down, anchor it, and let us know that that's another position that we don't even got to think about. Kind of like we don't got to think about quarterbacks no more. When in the draft, when we go to the draft, we don't even think about quarterbacks no more. Now, I mean, in 3 years we'll see, but anchor it. Hold it down for us, and don't even let us think about trying to draft or sign any more centers. Centers locked down, left guard locked down, left tackle is not locked down, but Drew Dahlman, I got high hopes for him. We paid him second highest paid center, ain't he? I think he's the second highest paid center in the league.
Second highest paid center in the league. Yep.
I need to see solid football from him. Solid football from him. Thoughts on Drew Dahlman?
This is what my expectation button is gonna be varying. Like I said with Joe Tooney, like I don't expect Joe Tooney not to be Joe Tooney, but with Drew Dahlman, I want you to have that all pro aspirations, bro. I want you to have that. I'm the next center in the league to be known, like a Jason Kelsey, or like those guys who that center because he's really that good. And like I said, you can definitely shine. This is the team to shine on. This is the team to show because you got such a contrast of, oh, we didn't even know that this, you've seen those offensive linemen those offensive lines that are really good. And sometimes, somebody go out and they still good. And you're like, oh yeah. And they're doing this without left tackle such and such, or right guard such and such.
Right.
That, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Like I want it to be like, you came in and you like, look at the difference. I want to see the screenshots from last year and this year. I want to see the clips of this is what Doug Kramer was doing last year, and look at what Drew Dahlman is doing, and have that. Like I said, even if I don't even want to say even you don't make all pro, because I think you can. I think
it's possible.
I think it's very possible for you to be up there and be really, really good. I mean, you got the bag. And that's another thing I want to point out. Like, we bag on Cole for getting the bag, and we want to see bigger production. Well, hey, Coleman, you got the bag. You got the experience. You got the spot. You're a starter. And you got it on the team that everybody's watching you. So go be an all-pro. Second team, okay, cool. That's fine too. Go be all pro. Go make people question, maybe you should be first team. Hell, and if you really want to make me happy, go be a Pro Bowler.
I think he'd do it. I definitely think he could be a Pro Bowler. He better be close to him. He better be fighting for, some of those accolades because, like you said, we paid him. And from what I've heard a lot of good things about him. Like Bear Truth said, he lacks in the pass protection department a little bit, but he's a nice run blocker. And I think with Joe Tooney next to him, I think that'll enhance his pass blocking a little bit. Let me just Bear Truth. Look, where you been, Bear Truth? We watched Luke Newman. You know how we feel about Luke Newman on this channel. You know that we watched this film. We've showed it on this channel. And then I just want to. Ricky Mosby said we drafted Ozzie and turned to look. We also drafted Karan last year. We also drafted. Just because you just draft and using picks on players, that's not what I mean. I mean, get some of these dudes in the first round. You didn't take them at 39. You didn't take a lineman at 39. You took a wide receiver. You know what I mean? Like you didn't take a lineman at number 10. You took a tight end. So that's all I'm saying. He didn't go get your dog edge rusher in the draft. You traded for Montez Sweat. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I think we're on the same page when it comes to Drew Dahlman. He can definitely do it. He can definitely make something happen, make something shake at that center position. Because if he don't, it's gonna be a lot like last year. That's very important position. But he's smart enough to take a load off Caleb's plate, a massive load. Jonah Jackson, the right guard in this starting five. Iffy one. We paid him too, right? We gave him an extension.
He signed a 3-year, $54.5 million contract with the Bears. Is that right? With the Bears following a trade from the Rams, $29 million guaranteed, 24 is fully okay. I'm trying to look at it on over the cap, but I don't know how accurate that is. But yeah, I think he's here for I think they're all here for the next 3 years for sure. Okay, yeah. So signed him for 3 years, $52 million, 29 guaranteed, 17 million this year, and then it drops off significantly after that. But this is what I'm saying. As we go across, we went from left to right. We went from oblivious to guarantee to solid to maybe he might be back because he wasn't really that good last year. But he was really good with Ben Johnson.
Yep.
So this is kind of
all pro. One of the two.
I think it was a pro, all pro. One of them. He had something to put on his Wikipedia. I don't know. But that's that Ben Johnson effect again. It's kind of how we gotta trust in that Ben Johnson could probably get him back to where he used to be. And
absolutely.
This is that kind of. It's on Jonah now. Because you got somebody who's going to give you those opportunities. You got somebody that's going to get you back to that, that Pro Bowler status that you was in. You know what he expects of you. This is one of those kind of, I think, go back to the old ways. How you and Ben Johnson was. Whatever you and Ben Johnson did when you was a Pro Bowler, do it all over again and become a Pro Bowler. And you know what I mean? Like, I expect you to be in the more than Drew Dahlman in the question of being a Pro Bowler. And that's kind of what kind of saved this offensive line is what you call them, the Royal Guard, It's these three guys right here. So I'm expecting big things from them, and I expect them to gel faster than most people expect because they know what's at stake.
And I hope so. I definitely hope so. The more intelligent group on paper, at least, I feel like they are. So they should gel faster than others. With Jonah Jackson, I think when we got him, I think I gave this a C+ grade. I want to say I gave it a C+ grade, maybe a B-. Definitely wasn't over that, excuse me. But so we went. So we went solid starter for sure with the center. Then we went all pro with the left guard.
Mm-hmm.
This one right here is up in the air for me.
It is.
I think he could be a Pro Bowler on that level, kind of like with Drew Dahlman around that area. But he could very much be just a Matt Pryor for us, which Matt Pryor played some good football for us.
Yeah,
Now,
he did.
was raw.
He's a backup.
Raw around the edges for sure.
Yeah.
Backup. But Jonah Jackson could. That's where I think his range is. That type of production, raw, not really raw because he shouldn't be raw. He's a veteran. This is a vet. But just he has his mishaps. He can fuck up sometimes. But I think he could also benefit from being surrounded by these guys he's with. Jonah Jackson could be on that Pro Bowl level again. Yeah. It's just a lot in between that I can't really nail it down. I'm not as confident in his.
No, it's just the facts of he was a Pro Bowler on one team, and then you went to LA and I think he got benched. I think he didn't, like, he was rotational. You know what I mean? And that's
right.
That's a big statement when you're talking about the offensive line. And rotational means you probably ain't gonna play unless somebody get hurt.
You shouldn't have been rotational.
You shouldn't have.
Now,
exactly.
He was hurt. He got
hurt,
and that could put you behind. Look at Bear Truth. Yeah, he got hurt for sure, and it'll put you behind. You get hurt, just like Colson Loveland. He's going to be behind. He's hurt. He's injured. He's not out there. He's going to be behind, but you got to get back in there and get your spot back. And then, he was put at center, and it was a little rocky for him. It just wasn't a good marriage, I guess, with LA, with the Rams. But like I said, it's a wide range of outcomes when it comes to Jonah Jackson. I'm not as confident in him as I am the last two dudes we talked about.
Right. It's a lot of question marks. It's
would I say solid starter for Jonah Jackson? I wouldn't say solid starter. I would say fringe starter. Starter / backup. That's just the way I would get. He's a tweener. He's a tweener.
Yeah, financially. He's the financial starter because he costs the most.
Financial starter, yes.
He costs the most. Because just like you said, you could, you high praise to Newman. Because if he ain't looking like it, he might get that chance. And Newman don't look like a guy who is pretty much giving him the Dexter treatment. Oh no, let me put it up there. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's like you can have all the potential in the world, you gotta put it out there. So I understand, but like I said, when you got somebody like we showed the clips of Newman, and you know that was the type of offensive lineman Mark said he wanted to see, moving people out of the frame of the camera, all that kind of stuff. Dude, hey, that's one of those positions where you let that young buck get in there, and he might be a lot of money sitting on the bench once again. So I don't know.
Bear Truth, this is not the Dexter treatment. The Dexter treatment is way worse than this. Way worse. It's kind of like that Braxton Jones treatment, but not as bad. I don't like Dexter either. I think Dexter got some stuff to work on. I think he got potential, but it ain't there yet. He was drafted high, and he just ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing. So that's just out of luck. People like Dexter because he's a nice guy. I don't care about nice guys. I'm not about to lie to you about what I see on film because you're a nice guy. He got to be better. He got to be better. But anyway, financial starter. I actually like that. He's a financial starter, and until Luke hopefully take his spot. But Luke want to be a center though. So
I think he does too.
Well, let's go to his, what you want to call him, his brother, his cousin.
His
his
fraternal twin.
They
fraternal twins, and they both gonna get the same treatment. right now. I'm trying to get them both the same
Really?
treatment.
Go
It's
ahead.
gonna be
Talk
remembered.
to me. Kick it off.
It's kind of like with Darnell Wright. It's the same kind of thing. It's kind of like I seen you good. I seen you like, okay, I can defend the whole, story of how you got drafted and who should have and who shouldn't have. And then sometimes I'm like, come on, what's going on, bro? What's going on? I know he had some little tweaks and, like you said, like little tweaky injuries and all that kind of stuff, but I don't see that, that come back where you left off kind of thing. Like if you was at 1 and you was at 2, and you hit 3, you hit 4, and then I say, yeah, look, high ankle sprain. So you was out 2 games. It's like you coming back 2 weeks later, you back down to like 1 or 2, or not even getting back to that 4 or 5 after some time. And like I said, I understand injuries. I understand injuries can hobble you physically and mentally, depending on what it is. Let's see, we got Ricky over here saying don't sleep on Bill Murray. Bill Murray, I don't know. I mean, just like the name, you gotta respect that as a Bears fan. His name Bill Murray, and we know how big of a fan the actor Bill Murray was. So that's always cool to have out there. But I just need you to come back where you left off. Like, if you was at 6 out of 10, you got injured, you came back. I don't need you coming back being a 1 or a 2. I need you to come back like a 5, 4.5, and then progressing, and then till you hit 7. Like you should know. It should be muscle memory kind of thing. Like you should be able to have leaps and bounds and jumps to get back to where kind of like your ceiling was, or your top of your game was, as they can say, in a way. And I just don't really, I don't know. Be solid. And like I said, hopefully being around these guys, being around these dudes, being around some, so like you said, some Super Bowl champions, some Hall of Famers, some Pro Bowlers, some guys, having somebody in an offensive line coach like a Dan who's been doing this, like I said, since dinosaurs and laying eggs. Let's see. I expect a substantial leap from him.
What is this for? What year is this for Darnell? 4? 3? Is this 3 for Darnell?
Ooh.
He was drafted the year before Rome, right?
Let's see.
This ain't 4, is it? This ain't 4. It better not be 4. This is 3. This
gotta be 3.
Yeah. Bear Truth, where you at? Put it in the chat real quick so we ain't got to look it up, man. Yeah, okay, going to year 3. Look, my guy.
Yeah, he played 2 seasons. 2 seasons.
Okay, yeah. I about to say it better not. It couldn't be, because if this was year 4, my whole,
perspective
was oh my gosh. But look, Darnell, you was a top 10 pick. We got him at 10, right? And the dude we took you over, we still talking about him for some reason. Well, not for some reason, because I'm still a little hurt by it. But it's time, man. It's time. Look, Darnell hasn't been a bum by any means of the conversation. I won't ever talk about him in that light. But you were a top 10 pick, and now I need you to become elite. Bear Truth said I'm not a big fan of PFF, but they got him as 5th rated right tackle. You got to be better. I need you to start, I need to see the Pro Bowl seasons now. I need to see this, almost all pro, because we keep talking about Penei Sewell, and we going to keep talking about Penei Sewell when we talk about you. Darnell Wright, because that's your counterpart in your division. That's a right tackle in your division who was drafted high. I think Sewell was drafted higher than him, though. But top 10 picks, and his progression was linear. He went up and up and up, and to one of the best right tackles in the league, and he got himself paid for it. I don't want to pay you, and I still don't know what I got what I got with you. I hate doing that, and Bears always do that. Bears organization always we pay dudes, and we still don't know exactly what they can do or what their ceiling is. And I guess at that point,
I was
you
reading a
said what?
comment.
Oh yeah.
Nah,
So
yeah.
I need to see what you are. Who are you, Darnell? So because we can't keep giving you excuses. We can't keep giving you excuses, which we made a lot for him. I do think he was our best lineman, in my opinion, last season. And he will be, I think he'll be elevated with this group that he's with, Jonah Jackson, Drew Dahlman, and Joe Tooney. So I got high hopes for him. I need to see solid starter. I think we gave Drew Dahlman a solid starter. We didn't even get to Jonah Jackson. I want to see him be better than Jonah Jackson as a lineman. Solid starter, in my opinion, because he's about to get paid, right? Bear True said to me, Darnell, good, but he needs to clean things up. He's so athletically gifted. So yeah, I'd like to see him now with another year under a good O-line coach. That too. I need to see it from Darnell. No more excuses. And I'm about to be on that same path with Rome once we start talking about the wide receiver room. That's for another show, but let's go, Darnell. Top 10 pick. These top 10 picks is these high picks, y'all up now. You know what I mean? It's time to do something because your success isn't dependent on nobody else's. You know what I mean? You don't have to have a quarterback throw you the ball. You don't have to have an O lineman block for you. You know what I mean? As a running back or as a quarterback, the success is dependent on you. Go block. Go move a dude. Go move a massive human being and put him in the dirt. It's that simple. Let's go. Your top 10 pick. A lot of people honestly didn't have Darnell Wright as a top 10 pick, Wes. So he got that working against him.
Mm-hmm.
He said working on his hit list. Look, it's called. Look, they got to come on. They can't just be top 10 picks and walk around with a top 10 pick tag and you just living off that. You know what I mean? You got to show something. Would I call him a solid starter right now, Wes? Man. Because I'm not mad at him. That's the thing. I don't want to come off like I'm mad at what we've seen from him. I want a little more. Like he set Justin up one season. I was pissed against the Lions, and we was and Aiden Hutchinson just beat him clean on. It was like 35 seconds left in the game. I know y'all remember it. Justin's last season, Aiden just took him. What? Oh, it pissed me off. Because then they blame Justin for that. They blame that on Justin. And everybody think I wasn't I'm not a Justin fan, but I wanted to see him succeed. And that pissed me off. So, oh man, solid starter. I'm gonna go starter. Good starter, okay starter. I'm gonna go okay starter. Not solid. I'm not gonna go solid yet. He's a good starter. What was your description for him?
I'll just give him a starter.
Starter.
He's a starter. He's the starter. Like I said, like you were saying, he got a lot of some things he needs to fix. Mm-hmm. But I mean, he's like I said, he only his second year in. And let's just say he's like I said, he's been a starter. He's been
our best O lineman.
He's been our best O lineman. And yeah, that's it. Like I said, with him, I need to see leaps and bounds. Like I need to see big edges turn into pancakes. I meant George Wendt. That's why I was thinking about. I read the article about him playing. So that's the dude from Cheers. Bill Murray just was in there with me. I just remember them both being those big Bears fans from back in the day.
Starter, huh?
But starter, I give him a starter. I can say this. I think his job is more secure than Jonah's.
Oh, absolutely. Who did we call financial star? Jonah. Yeah, it was Jonah. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. 100%. 100%. All right.
Whoa.
That's the starting five. Now we got some backups we want to get into. That is the starting five. First dude we're gonna get into to talk about this because this left tackle spot right here was conditional. I just want y'all to know that. So we didn't even really talk about the full starting five. Karan Amagaji. Karan Amagaji's getting first reps at OTAs right now. First team reps at OTAs right now. Dude came from Yale, so he didn't play the top competition. But I think somebody, I forgot who put it in the chat. He got the traits. He has the elite left tackle traits. And we was talking about traits over production. He didn't really do much for us. He was hurt. And when he got in, they threw him to the Wolves and he just wasn't ready. But if we're going to talk about traits, yeah, bare truth, there you go. Elite traits, physical traits. The dude is what you want to see from a left tackle. Now, can he play? Can he play football? Well, right now he getting those first team reps. This was hard, Wes, because we seen him in action. And just like a lot of people on this just like a lot of the young talent on this Bears team right now, whether no matter the position, there's a lot of excuses that can be made for these dudes. Am I right? Like,
yeah,
you could talk about, you can go to Darnell, make some excuses for him. We could make excuses for Rome as a rookie. We could make excuses for Caleb as a rookie. Jervon, we can make some excuses for him being on that D line as well. It's a lot of excuses that could be made, and you see Bear Truth saying it was all messy last year. Oh man, honestly, I want to see more. I want to see. Okay, look, everybody's predicting Ozzie to win that left tackle spot. I would like to see Karan win it, if I'm gonna be for real. Because, like I said, when I look at Ozzie, I don't see their aggression. I see consistency. He's definitely very consistent, kind of like Joe Tooney, and I guess that could make you into a Hall of Famer. But I want to see some nasty. I want to see some aggression. When you got a DB out there, take his head off. Make him not ever want to try to tackle again. So that's OG.
That's my mom. She in the city.
Hey, mama. Appreciate you tuning in, watching us. Your son on the big screen. But I want to see aggression. That's what I want to see from Ozzie and my left tackle. For Karan, he's definitely not a starter, clearly. I'm going to go with backup. Solid backup. I'm going to give him a solid backup. This is why. Because I want him to be the starter. I don't even know if we haven't seen solid backup from him yet. We definitely ain't seen it. That's not why I'm giving him that. But if we're talking about him, he's taking first team reps, and I want him to be, I'll give him solid backup. Absolutely. Solid backup for me. What you thinking about Karan?
This is what I think now or what I'm expecting.
Both.
I know it was a rhetorical question because my answer is for both. I need him to be, if not anything, I want to see that potential start. That he took first reps with the first team and he was good. He took reps with the second because they tried to bring Braxton and see how he came off his injury, but it looks like Karan could take it. Like, I want to see that all off season. I want to see him, like you said, moving people. Like you said, all that physical traits and everything that everybody said he got. All right, you got the physical traits, and the school that you went to show that you're smart enough to play this position. Because if we look at all offseason from the draft, it's not what we said about a lot of these offensive linemen, from Tooney to Dahlman to Ozzie to Newman. What the coaches have been saying, like, these offensive linemen are smart, and to be an offensive lineman, you got to be smart. You got to play the numbers. You got to play the probabilities of, if I move it, and you got to be quick with it. You got to have like that quick reaction of thought of, okay, what is the percentage of he's going to come here, there, and if he's not here, then where did he go? If he went this way, what's the probability that he came all the way back? Like, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, Neil Grassy, what's his name, the black astrophysicist. I'm trying to think like calculating. Like, you got to be in your bag on all that. And You got it all, and I want you to do it. Now, like I said, potential starter. I want to see potential starter action. I want to see people
I
like
like that.
Hey,
I like
if
that one.
they give the job to Ozzy or they give the job to Bryce, I want people to be like, but Corral was looking. Why they not like? I want to how we questioned Scott last season about the wide receiver position. Like he was doing so good. He was doing real good in the offseason. Why we ain't seen him on the field as much? I want that to be the question, not the that you can't do it. I want you to be out there on these coaches and this coaching staff to take that spot. I want to see potential starter like performances.
What did I say? Solid backup.
Mm-hmm.
I like potential starter better because, like I said, I want him to be the starter. So I do like potential starter better. That's what I need to see from him. Just like you said, that's actually perfect way of describing that. Potential starter. I guess he's a solid backup right now. I guess definitely got to be a potential starter. Definitely have to if you're going to be projected. If I'm going to project you as a starter at some point, you got to have some type of starter potential, and you got the traits. So that's your potential right there. So.
And I'm saying that because it's like we know what Braxton Jones is. It's like he just up there because he was there last year, basically. And a lot of fans and a lot of us saying like, hey, we're still asking the question: should it be Karan or Ozzy? Like a lot of people was putting Braxton in the back of their minds, thinking which one of these young guys is going to come up. And with that, like I said, with that experience, and I get it, they threw you to the wolves. Like we said, we can make excuses for you. It's your second season. We can make those excuses, but you've been out there. You had a taste for blood. You know what it is. You know what it feels like to get pushed around. Now you coming back around. We giving you those first reps. Like, I want to see potential starter every week. Like he's getting that. He's getting that. He's getting that. He's getting that.
Potential starter, Karan Amgaji. That's the we got. For left tackle. Let's move on to the guard spot then. Let's talk about one of the backups. We are on the backups now, people.
Mm-hmm.
A guy that was here last year, Ryan Bates. But True said, if Karan reached close to his ceiling, he's a dominant left tackle. Ryan Bates. Look, I was pissed when the dude got here and we traded a 6th-round pick for him. I wasn't mad about the trade. 6th-round pick is whatever. But I'm tired of I'm tired of hurt players. Like, he didn't play because he was hurt. Karan was hurt. Colston Loveland's hurt. Everybody's hurt. We just hurt. Can't play, can't start because you're hurt. You just hurt. Stop bringing in these hurt dudes. Ryan Bates was a key piece for that O-line last year, for what I've heard. Everybody had him starting at the center spot for us, and we couldn't even use him because he was hurt. Like Ryan Post, you didn't know this dude had arthritis in his shoulder? I think I talked about this. Like you didn't know that? Like, what are we doing? You just derailed the whole season because you put a lot on him, and he had arthritis in his shoulder. I think he played a game and a half for us, if that. Like, but veteran player. I think he's I will give him a solid backup guard tag because see, and here we go. Bird Bates has a bad injury that could cause him to get cut, but I would give him a solid backup, Ryan Bates, just because we didn't see much of him, but he's a vet, so I got to show him a little bit of respect as a veteran. Like, how you're a backup. Hopefully, I don't see you. You know what I mean? And I'm not mad that you are my backup, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not out of my backups. I don't need elite talent back there, because if you're elite, why the fuck you not starting? You know what I mean? So I'm expecting him to be, if I'm going to talk about my expectations for Ryan Bates, be healthy, be ready, be available.
Yeah, just with his veteran status, I'll give him, good backup. When healthy, he was available for technically 7 games last season. He played in 3, started in 2. Now, that's just his comp. But to be a backup, the best part or the best attribute to being a backup is availability. So I don't know. I don't think he's gonna get cut.
Oh, that is in the chat. Yeah,
I don't know if he's gonna get cut, Rick, but
truth.
My expectation of him is be healthy. Just be healthy. Be available.
You can't not be healthy as a backup. Like that's
As
weird to me.
You see what I'm saying? It's like how if you're the backup, how you not? You got to be healthy because you're the backup. You're the emergency call. It's like calling 911. They say, "Oh, we all the police is sick. Sorry."
All the police is sick.
We'll send some security guy. We send some club bouncers out to your house and have them. I don't know. That's the only thing about Ryan Bates, man. I don't know.
Don't excite you. Don't get you excited. If it make you feel comfortable a little bit, he's a vet as a backup that I guess got a little bit name, hold a little weight in the league. I guess I don't know.
I guess he could maybe mentor. Maybe he could be a mentor. I don't know. I'm tired of mentors too. I don't want no more mentors on this fucking team.
I don't want no more mentors. No more mentors. They oversold the fuck out of Mercedes Lewis. Oh my gosh. Except Case Keenum. I'm look, hey.
Well, we know Case. We'll see though. Like I said, like you said before, when they outside of Chicago, they have this different persona and this different person. But when I don't know, when they put on the stripes and come to Hallis Hall, they forget who they was before they got here sometimes. So
they just that quarterback room. I know this off track. That quarterback, you got Tyson Bagent who secretly want to take Caleb's spot. I don't care what he say. That man want a job, a starting job, and then you got Austin Reed who literally just happy to be. They needed somebody over 15 in that damn quarterback room last season. But anyway, Ryan Bates. I mean, nothing much to be said about Ryan Bates.
We ain't gonna get to it. Let's who else we got? Who else is of interest? Now we can get to the who else we got? You want to talk about Doug Kramer? Sorry, Doug. Sorry, Doug. I killed off your actor counterpart. Didn't mean to. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's his name. Solid backup. Maybe can hold it down for a game or half a game. Something like that.
I'm hoping the next guy take his spot as the backup.
That's why I said is you want to keep going into him because I got a couple more people that I'd rather have that title and that tag than these guys. But yeah, solid backup, Doug Kramer.
We'll go. Okay, we'll go Dougie, then we'll go the two rookies that we haven't got to.
Let me see. So
Dougie, then Ozzy, then Luke. But so yeah, what you looking up?
I'm just trying to see like what has happened. What happened? How many games he played? Stuff like
that. Look, he start running the football. So look, you're now running the football, or you're now being used as a lead blocker. You kind of cut from your position as a center. Like you're not really the backup. Honestly, we should have talked about Luke here, instead of Dougie. But he's still here, so I guess he's not a backup. He could look. He just ain't got the chance. Honestly, I don't want to do him like that because first of all, if you gonna be used as a lead blocker, guess what that tell me? You got the aggression. You know what I mean, to knock some dudes out, and that's what I like on my line. You a mauler. I like maulers. I like dudes that's like road graders. But No, not with this other guy coming in that's talking about how much he want to be a center anyway. So yeah. Depth piece. I
Depth
give him
piece.
depth piece for
Yeah,
Dougie Kramer.
let's call him depth piece. Like I said, you can use him as a lead blocker. You can, add him, use him as an extra lineman if you want to go into some like crazy wild formation. I mean, probably put him at fullback. Who knows? I don't know. Put him in on tush push, whatever. I don't know.
Tush push, which our coach don't like that.
Yeah.
We okay. So Luke Newman, backup center. Let's
Backup.
talk about this kid right here, the road grader, the mauler that I like to see. First, I seen somebody say he don't move dudes too well. That I look at the film and I seen him moving dudes, especially if you're a DB. You're not just putting your hands on them, you moving dudes. I seen him push Mason Graham out of his spot, and I seen him smash Kenneth Grant into the dirt on the goal line. I would love to see him be our backup center. I would love to have him learn behind Drew Dahlman. He said, "What about Ricky Stromberg? Yeah. He might be a cut candidate, sir." But yeah, Luke Newman is one of my favorite players out of this draft, which we talked about on all the draft episodes we discussed. He got that mentality that chip on his shoulder. What he came from, Holy Cross. I don't even know what school that is. 1 year at Michigan State. Exactly. This is my backup center. I would, if I'm going to give him tag him with a grade, give him a tag. Backup center. Good backup center. That's what I want him to be. And then when Drew Dahlman get to that last year on this deal, hopefully we was grooming this kid, right? Slap right in there and take that spot. Good backup center for me for Luke Newman.
Yeah, I gotta say the same. Good backup. Like I said, we've seen him move people. I don't know, maybe somebody watched a different set of plays, or I don't know, maybe they had more plays to look at than we did. Maybe they went to Holy Cross. I don't know. And they was talking about the lunch line. I don't know what they talk about. But good, solid center for me. Backup as well. Somebody to come in. Who came in? Is it Cam Jurgens that came in for Jason Kelsey?
Yep, exactly.
That's what I'm looking for. How about that? That's my comp. Be Cam Jurgens.
And that would be more than like, you know what I mean? You as a 6th round pick, right? Or no, 6th round. Yes, absolutely. That would be massive for this kid's career. That'd be massive for Ryan Poles' career too. You finally drafted somebody late who turned into a fucking gem, and that ain't Braxton Jones.
Yeah, that's what I want from a solid center, solid backup center. And like I said, when I made that analogy before, like you see those real good 5 offensive linemen that's highly rated, top 5 O-line, and you don't even know when somebody go down, and they they just moved Newman in and they picked up where they left off the next week. That's what I'm expecting.
You see, look, and you see some of these names is coming up that we talked about.
We talked about these guys.
I just think gonna be getting cut. I think because they're not keeping. They're gonna keep 10. What did we keep last year? 9 or 10 guys. I don't see us keep because you got your 5.
You got your 5. You shouldn't. Your 5 should be your 5.
Then I mean, okay, let's just get into Ozzie real quick. Bare truth, dude. Look,
we know
Ozzie, and this is a good one because him and Karan, they about to. I hope they both take this like serious, like a personal battle for this spot. Battle for it, like make make everybody look like, damn, they got two really fucking good left tackles. And we just don't know. Make it hard on Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson and what's his name? Dan
Rochar.
Dan Rochar. Make it hard on them. Like, get into it with people. Talk shit. Make yourself known. Be seen out there at training camp. Ozzy. Oh, this is a tough one because I gave Karan. What did I give Karan? Potential starter after you went.
Yeah, I got you. It ain't a football term.
Go ahead.
Baseball term. But I want Ozzy to be the on deck left tackle. I want him to be next up. If Karan ain't ready to go, or he can't, or they equal or close, or they splitting hairs when they thinking about him, like you was just saying, I want him to be ready to be, that starter. But be on pressure. Put pressure on. Be that I don't even know how to say it, that potential backup to the starter, like that. Be that understudy. Be that whatever. Be right behind them. Be that, oh man, they got to retape Karan leg or
you
redo
already
his
put
cleats.
your helmet on.
You already you you already know you coming out. They ripped his jersey and he can't be out there with it on. They got to redo it. You already out there. And we go a whole series and they like up. Ozzy had a great series and he'll come back around. Running back. That's what I want. I want it to be, I don't want to call it rotational because I don't want it to be I ain't trying to have no rotations really on this line unless, somebody get too fatigued or hurt or something like that. But be ready for that.
Ricky, Ryan Bates. That's your guard. That's your backup right guard. Ryan Bates. Yeah. No, I mean, if you want to swap him out for, who did you say? Who did? Oh, McFadden. Now, if McFadden just outbeats him, that's fine. But you ain't keeping them both. You ain't gonna keep them both. That's not gonna happen.
One gotta go.
You gonna keep your center, your backup center. You gonna keep your backup tackle. You might keep two of those, which we gonna keep two of those. You ain't keeping two guards, not for real. Yes, backup center will have to play guard, and you know what I mean. So Luke, that's how that's gonna work. You're not keeping. It's not gonna work like that. Bertrand said Ozzy doesn't have explosive movements, physicality, and you see it on this film. I say he's very consistent. I got Joe Tooney because Joe Tooney not a road grader either, but the dude is athletic and he's definitely solid in his the upper room. He on deck, yeah. West.
Be right there. Like I'm just saying,
I like that. Make Karan, if Karan is, and this is vice versa actually for both of these kids.
Yeah,
make them nervous. Make him feel like you can't get hurt, you can't fuck up. Because as soon as I see coach, I'm looking down the bench, coach is snapping on you. I'm strapping up. I'm getting ready to strap up. That's just how it's gonna be.
Don't have a week with a high ankle sprain.
What?
Because you ain't coming back.
You ain't getting that spot back. Absolutely not. Absolutely. I dare you to miss some time. Yep, exactly. Just a steady sound player. That he's very consistent, very steady sound, and a nice dude. Okay.
Just stay on your feet.
Some of these other cats like Jordan McFadden. Yes, Ricky. Yes, that's what y'all playing. Left guard, right guard, center. Luke Newman gonna play 1 and 3, all three of those positions. Ryan Bates definitely gonna play both of the guard spots, and he was supposed to be our center last year. So that's another one who gonna play 1 and 3 all those positions. We not keeping a left guard specifically, a right guard specifically, a center specifically. You got to be versatile. And they drafted a lot of players that are versatile, that play multiple positions. Luke Newman played left tackle. You know what I mean? So, I know you just. Look, Ricky, just for you, I'm gonna look at this Jordan McFadden dude. I feel like you kind of want on this team. I'm gonna look at him and Ricky Stromberg. I think Stromberg was here last year though in training camp, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you're not keeping that. It's too many. You're not keeping that. You're gonna keep 9 or 10 linemen, and then they're gonna be done with it. All right. We're gonna be done with the O-line then, because I mean, you got your Josh Miles, a vet that's in that room. These are cut candidates: Jordan McFadden, Chris Glazer, Theo Benedict, that Eagle dude from was it Hard Knocks? Yeah, from Hard Knocks. I know y'all remember that Hard Knocks. He came up there in the damn Speedo or whatever he was wearing. That shit was crazy. But all right, we're gonna get to this last position group and then we'll wrap this up. And I'm gonna kick it off. Let's talk about this D line. And I think I might be a little more hard on these guys on the D line. I mean, Ricky, how many did we keep? I think we kept 9 last year, if I'm not mistaken, on the 53-man roster. Now, some of these dudes gonna obviously be on the practice squad. I think we got 16 practice squad spots, but yeah, they're not gonna keep. No, they ain't gonna do it like that. D-line, man. Top row, you got your potential starters, and I'm not so. Actually, so you're gonna swap out Andrew Billings and Javon Dexter, obviously. So don't get down on me. Montez Sweat, I'm gonna kick it off with Montez Sweat just because that's the easiest one, and I think y'all might want to stick around for the Dio Dangbo one. Me and Wes probably gonna butt heads on that one. But start 10 linemen, carrying. We might, Ricky, we might keep 10 line. We might 9, 10, give or take. We might. Montez Sweat. And correct me if I'm wrong, chat. 5.5 sacks last season. We paid you $98 million. Not good enough. Absolutely not good enough, Montez. You are a solid starter. And I would go as far as to say elite starter. See what Wes think about that. Wes usually correct me and bring me down a notch sometimes or push me up a notch. Montez Sweat has to be better. Absolutely has to be better. I don't think anybody in the chat right now will argue with me when I say that. Montez Sweat got paid way too much money to produce in the way he did. 5.5 sacks, just not enough. Absolutely not enough. He has to. My expectations for him is where I wouldn't be pissed at him. Give me 9 sacks and tell me if that's too low or too high, Wes. Just for me not to be pissed at him, I need to see 9. He had 5.5 this year. Give me 9, and I might. You getting paid? You're getting paid where you should be double digits for sure.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say it's 12 too much. That 12 acting too much.
12, I think. No, 12. 12 is nice. 12 is nice, but for me not to just be pissed and like get down on them like I get down on some of these dudes that's just not performing, I'm gonna look at them sideways for sure. I'm gonna look at them sideways, but give me 9. Okay, 10.
10. Gotta be double there. It gotta be 10. Now it's like letting them off. We let you give us 5. What was it? 5.5.
And we made excuses for him because he was hurt, injured, whatever.
Injured. Billings.
Billings left.
Just, they could focus more on him when he was playing. But Ricky got Henderson starting. I don't think Henderson is a Bear yet. So I don't know if that makes a difference. What else you got out here?
Bear Truth probably high just because this defense more run stop oriented by the edges. Oh, I said 9. Bear Truth talking about 7. That's okay. Look, at the end of the day, we traded a 2nd-round pick for you. We gave you $98 million, right? I think somewhere around that ballpark. A lot of money. I think I gave him solid starter, Wes. And I said I would go as high as I could probably say elite starter. But I mean, what you like if we gonna be 100 and not just because we Bears fans and he's in the Bears, is he elite for real? Like, is he elite for real?
It's kind of got me in that Jonah Jackson feel. It's like I seen you be elite, and then I seen you not, and then we could, like I said,
Seen you not. I seen you
and like
not.
I said, we could talk about being hurt. We could talk about the depletion of the defensive line and the opposite talent and the help and all that kind of those kind of things.
Bear Truth saying no.
I think he's elite. Is he an elite starter? That was a question. Was he an elite?
Yeah. It's like, should I keep it as solid starter or good start? Solid and good. I don't know.
I
Which
don't
is
know.
better.
I think solid and good is a little light on them. Does perennial feel a little better? Like I think he's a perennial starter. I think he can start on the edge of almost every single team in the NFL.
Okay, so okay.
Maybe I'm
Okay.
using perennial wrong. Let me Google what perennial means. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of it, but I'm thinking like overall, he is a starter on the edge for almost. Right, yeah,
All
yeah.
32.
It's only
All
all
32.
32. He can start for all 32 on that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wouldn't, because I was thinking maybe should I go elite? Am I being too disrespectful? 5.5 sacks, and you damn near played all season. That Khalil Mack was throwing dudes with one arm and and getting blocked by triple team. They ain't like Khalil Mack different. Now that's elite. If we don't talk about elite. Okay. Like I said, I need to see double digits. 10. I'll go 10 from him for me not to look at him crazy. I'll go really good. I mean, really good, solid starter. However you want to. He's a really good starter.
I forgot the word. Parental starter.
Okay.
I had to look up what parental starter means in the NFL. It's basically a player who has a crucial role in the behavior and the aesthetics of the whole thing. So he's like the veteran. It's like he's a veteran starter. Let's say that. I'm not gonna say that word. He's the veteran starter. He had real big years. He had some off years. He's still good enough to start, and he's still good enough to like mentor young players as well. But we need him to be elite. Yeah, poor man's Pepper. I could. Yeah, that's a good
poor man's Pepper.
I could take that one. Should have thought of it myself. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
What number you got for him? What number? What you looking to see?
I said it was 12 too high.
Oh, 12. You went 12. Okay.
I said, is that too high that I want to see? I want to see 12.
Too high. I can't ever say it's too high when you're making what he's making. Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. $100 million is like, give me $100 million. I'll figure out how to get 12 sacks. I'll be outside half the season, but I'm gonna try to get 12 sacks.
Do something. Look, I mean, yeah, Bear Truth, you said 7, so I see why you saying damn 12. You gave a man 7, and you added the eye test. I'm tired of all of these.
Because that's what everybody else was. The eye test on like you saw us on Hardy on Booker. They was there. They was getting close. They was in the backfield. They was around the ball, but they wasn't getting them down. They wasn't getting down the runners. They wasn't getting down the quarterback. They wasn't finishing. They wasn't tackling. They was letting people bounce off of them. Remember, I said it last year. My biggest thing about Austin Booker wasn't his kind of win rate. It was his finishing. Like, if you want to go on the access, you can look. He was there. His motor was still good. He was chasing down people. It's when he got there. The tackling wasn't there. The bringing the ball carrier down or bringing the quarterback down wasn't there. You wasn't finishing at the end. Y'all wasn't tackling at the end of it. And that's why a lot of those guys was kind of getting up out of that. And it's hard. Like, you know what I mean? And it made me think. I mean, I guarantee it was a bunch of plays. Trust me. Like I said, I watched every game, every snap, and I'm telling you, a lot of those times I thought we had a sack with a Austin Booker or Daniel Hardy or Javon Dexter. Some of those times, those arm tackles was getting broke. Cause remember, he ain't up here on here, but what's the guy that came in from Seattle and got like 3 sacks in 2 games right off the
Darrell
bat?
Taylor. He's
Darrell
actually playing
Taylor.
for somebody.
You know what I mean? Like
And
he
he
came
didn't
in
show up for the rest of the season.
and didn't show up for the rest of the season. But for 2 weeks, it was like, oh wow, this guy is. You know what I mean? Like he's showing these guys up. But same thing Javon Dexter did too. First 4 weeks is like, oh man, he what his list of what he gonna do, how many sacks and how good he's gonna be is gonna. This is the season, and then dried up.
Look, we get into the D line. We started with Montez Sweat. Look, hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces, the Black Bear Podcast. I'm your host, Mark Robb, my co-host in the building, Chef Wes. All right, let's keep going then. Who we got next? We don't just go down the line on the screen then. Grady Jarrett was not here last year. Do you got his contract numbers? I just like to say the contract numbers just to put it in perspective on how much these dudes is making. Grady Jarrett, Atlanta vet as you can be. Quickness. He definitely, I think he had some injuries later in his career. Well, I need you to come in and show these dudes how be mean, be an asshole, have some fire to you. Javon, that's another thing. Not just he's a nice dude. Javon is nice. When you hear that man talk, it's a nice dude. Bert Truth 9 said again to me, Sweat on the second tier of edges under the elite guys at tier 1. I agree with you. But Grady Jarrett put some fire under these dudes, man. Show them what it means. Like Shamar said it, and he's a rookie. Shamar said it. On the D line, you can't be on that D line if you ain't got something to you. How you ain't got nothing to you and you going in there, you bashing heads with dudes every play, getting hit in the stomach, in the throat, dudes choking you. You got to have some type of grit to you. I think Grady Jarrett bring that. I don't need to see the sacks from Grady Jarrett. He's a D tackle. I don't need to see, but I want to see Bear Truth. You talked about the eye test with Montez Sweat 7 sacks. He said, "Can we skip Javon?" Look, you talking about the eye test. Appreciate y'all hitting that like button for us, man. Help the channel grow a little bit. But you talk about that eye test when you said 7 sacks for Montez Sweat in the eye test. That first of all, 7. You give that man. You want him to get what 1.5 more sacks than last year? Bear Truth, that's crazy. But D tackle, Grady Jarrett. That's where the eye test matters. You may not get home in that middle because you're going to be facing double teams and stuff like that. We need you to stop the run mainly. But if I see you collapse in that pocket, moving that quarterback off that spot, you don't got to get the sack. Let Dio or Montez come and clean it up for you. Help them. Push them. It's like herding sheep or whatever. You push them this way, and I'm going to come clean it up on the back end. That's your job. That's your job. That's all. That's the eye test. That's what I need to see. Who's not a sack guy, but that's what I need to see from Grady Jarrett. Stuff the run, clog the paint, clog the hole. Every gap every A and B get to clog it. They're not getting through it. That's what I need to see from him. If I want to put a number on it for sacks, if I want to do that with Grady, give me 5. Give me what your edge rusher did, your star edge rusher did last season from the D tackle spot. Give me that, because what Javon, I think he had 4 last year, didn't he? I want to say Javon had 4.
All in 4 weeks.
First 4 weeks. The first, you ain't lied. first 4 weeks. But just give me 5. Give me 5 and collapse that pocket all game, every game in and game out from Grady Jarrett. And my tag for him is definite starter. Solid starter. Definite start. He's a solid starter. Absolutely. What you think about Grady? Unless you're looking up those numbers.
Oh, I got the contract for you. I was going to look up one more thing. Let me just get my computer.
For Grady?
Yeah, Grady contract is another 3-year, $42 million. Might as well say 43 because it's 42.75. So 43 million if you want to round up. Yeah, 28 guaranteed. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I wasn't even gonna. I mean, I was okay with maybe 3 sacks.
Okay.
I was okay with maybe like 3 sacks, but I'm talking. I need to see quarterbacks moving and running backs on the ground.
Absolutely.
That's what I want to see. I want to see. Shit, give me. I don't know if you really want to give me. Hey, if Montez got to give me 12 sacks, give me 15 tackles for loss. Clean, no all solo.
Wait,
Grady Jarrett, like swim move, get up the middle, tackle for loss for the running back. Give me
that's walking him straight to the Pro Bowl.
Walk him straight to the Pro Bowl. I mean, because I think he been there. He been to the pinnacle. I mean, obviously his team didn't win when they got up there, but yep. Like I said, let's stop this run. Let's stop this run. Let's be complete. Let's get these quarterbacks moving. Let's get them throwing away the ball. Let's be disruptive. It's just the ground of penalties. I want it all. I want Grady Jarrett to come in and be an elite defensive tackle. That's what I want.
And I feel like I didn't put enough emphasis on stopping the run. You are absolutely right because we got, especially when Billings went down, dude. We couldn't stop. We was letting second string, third string, fourth stringers come in and get 20-yard runs and
20-yard.
So absolutely stop the run. We don't even got to talk about the sacks for real when we talking about these dudes in the middle because they got to stop the run first. That's y'all job for real. Collapse the pocket, stop the run. What would you tag Grady Jarrett as though?
I have to, and I know maybe I'm overconfident, but because he's been. I mean, other than his injury, honestly, I'm trying to look at because I know he had that injury that kind of slowed him down a little bit.
He said, "Can we skip Javon?" That is funny as hell, Bear. Their truth.
I mean, I guess they call him Stuffs on here as a stat. He had 12.5. Stuffs is that considered that still tackles for loss? I guess I don't know. Maybe that's what that is. But I got him as a primary starter. The main starter. Like, if I had to choose between him and Billings, I'm gonna start Grady. That was the kind of what we in. If we didn't have two tackles down there, we just had one like a 3-4 situation, something like that, or something like that. I'm putting Grady out there, and there's no knock on Billings. It's just more of Billings had that last year coming off that injury and stuff. So I'm putting Grady out there. Grady, like I said before, he done it. He's done it at a high level. He's been there. I mean, like I said, he didn't win it all. I mean, I can't say that was all on him when Atlanta blew that game, but he's shown that he can do it. And he got that aggression that I want to have on the field constantly, as you like to say, Mark. I want that dog on the field at all times. I want him to be disruptive. I want to see, like I said, if I'm not getting the tackles for losses or if I'm not getting that quarterback moving, I want intentional grounding penalties.
Yeah.
I want just blew up the play. I want to hear him mic'd up. I want to hear him mic'd up like, "Ooh, you better throw it away." I want that. They're
gonna mic him up. Too.
Yeah, mic him up. That's what I want from Billings. Not Billings, from Grady Jarrett. That's what I want. Like I said, 3 sacks is cool with me. Give me 12.5 tackle for losses. Stop that run.
I said 5. I think Ricky said 5.5. You got 3. About all within the same, you know what I mean? We expect we expect production out of Grady Jarrett, disruption out of Grady Jarrett. Let's go on to this next guy. And Bear Truth wanted to skip him. And I don't think we need to spend too longer on him. He was one of my spotlight players last year. Of players who year 2 and year 3 players that needed to step up for the Bears to be successful. Now we weren't successful, and you see why. Those players I spotlighted, Braxton Jones, Javon, they didn't step up, and Javon Dexter absolutely needs to step up. Now this is another player where when the Bears drafted him, I've seen a lot of draft analysts say they had him much lower on their board. So can you fault him for being drafted there, or do you fault the man that drafted him? I always like to talk about Mitchell Trubisky. Can you fault him for being number 2? You know, I'm going number 2 overall. That ain't his fault. Now I'm sure he ain't mad at it, but Javon Dexter, I've been beating the dead horse with this one. He's a backup to me. He's definitely I won't even say solid backup, but he's definitely a backup D tackle. When I watch his film, and the thing is, the dudes I talk the most shit about, Wes, I watch the most film on, if that makes sense. Because I be trying to see something, so but I just don't see it. He don't move the pocket. He don't collapse the pocket. Like you said, he got those 4 sacks early and was shut down. I mean, he don't beat dudes. He get off the ball slow still, which was a concern when we drafted him. I need to see improvement. I just need to see improvement. I can't tell you what that will look like coming from him just because I got him as a backup and not even like a solid backup. But I need to see improve. I'm just saying, man, I need to see improvement. What he said, I say good because when Mark hears Javon, his eyes turn red. Man. You think look, you see what I'm saying though? Like, but this look, Bear Truth, and you're not the only one, Bear Truth. A lot of Bears fans for some reason think they see good D tackle out of Javon. I see good size. I see a massive dude. I see DeForest Buckner like traits from him. I don't see DeForest Buckner nowhere on the field when he out there. He don't penetrate. He really don't. Like, and you know what? This is how I know. Because a dude with that size, we're talking about putting him on the edge. Like, that means we're trying to make your big ass work. We're trying to, you have elite traits, and we trying to make it work. Where we gonna put you? Where you gonna go? Where can you? That's not, you don't play edge. Javon, you don't fucking play edge. You can try it for sure. Go ahead. Try to make your money work. You spent it already. So playing it here, he better. Hopefully he play next to Grady. Hopefully he fill in and rotate in there for Billings because he's not a 3-tech. He's not a 3-tech. And let me get off Javon. Look, like I said, he's just a backup to me. I don't see it. I can't see him ever being elite. I can't ever see him being a household name for the Chicago Bears. Honestly, he's one of those players who coming up on I don't think he's gonna be here within the next 2 years. I just don't see it. It don't happen like that, man. Either you got it or you don't. And hopefully these coaches can come in here and change it. But yeah, Bear Truth. I see a big dude that's trying to put it together. But like I said, Javon Dexter, people can see the same thing and come away with 2 different ideas of it. And bear down, MP. Go ahead, Wes.
It's like I'm on this 2 things can be true thing right here, right now.
Okay.
I see that all that Dexter can be. And like I said, that first month, I saw all that Javon Dexter could be. But for me, he's that kind of, I think some of those guys, they digress. get reserved, pull back, kind of hold punches, kind of is like stop trying. Like
Who?
Javon Dexter, it just seems like I've seen him do good things and some. I'm like, okay, looks like keep it up, and then it's like the next day, the next game, it's like you don't do it. Like I seen plays where you didn't even try to get off your block.
It looked like that though. He was
You
trying.
know
That
what I
motherfucker
mean?
was trying. That
No,
motherfucker was
I'm
trying
saying,
everything.
and I've seen
could.
times where he couldn't get off his block or he was getting up, but it's like I don't see you trying shit. Like we could talk about like how we seen like Shamar, like that dude, he ain't trying to be blocked at all. Whether he feel like he gonna get to the quarterback and he's not. He's there to embarrass the offensive line. And if that means he get past and he can get a sack or he can get a tackle on the back, that's fine. But he would rather embarrass an offensive a guard or a tackle or a center and worry about the quarterback and the running back after he get done with what he was doing at first. With Javon, it's like you got all of that. I mean, it's one of those Frankenstein things. Let's take Shamar Turner's brain and stick it in Javon Dexter Sr.'s body and see what happens.
Right.
Like now he created a monster. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. It's like maybe he just, like you said, he's just too nice of a guy to wanna be that mean. It's like, well, I'm not in the play anymore, so I really don't care because the ball ran that way. Still push him on his ass. Still slam him down on the ground. I seen the video. You see the video of Khalil Mack hip tossing the lineman after the play was over.
Like, dude, we just fought. I'm not done.
Let me just show you how strong I am. So the next time we get into it, this is what I'm doing. So solid backup, young, somebody that I think that could be like a rotational line. I'm not gonna say he's a tackle or an edge. I think you could probably slide him in on some plays where you're trying to get some energy, maybe because he got fresh legs and somebody tired and you just need him for one play. Maybe.
I'm doing that for Bear Truth.
Not like I don't know. No, I'm doing this for me because I'm trying to find words in the English language to address it. But like I said, like somebody that can just come in and bring some energy. Like I said, he's still young. Like I said, he got the size and all that. And maybe we just need you for 6 or 7 really explosive plays a game where we just trying to disrupt, and then you go sit down and drink some Gatorade. Like no, so I don't know. We'll see.
Look, and so people don't think I'm hating on Javon or Wes hating on. We got some co-hosts that like Javon. You know what I mean? That they see something that we don't see or I don't see. But look, let me tell y'all this. Like I said, hit that like button for us, man. Help us grow. The Black Bear Podcast, one word, no space. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. But look, we don't just do live shows. We got cut ups of film of these players, and it's not all highlights. These are not highlight films. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's not just all good. It's not just all bad. Go watch it. You will see Javon, even on some of his good plays, the good don't happen because he made it happen. I'm telling you, and I will continue to do that this season. I will cut up more tape on Javon Dexter, minute-long clips. I might even do some longer ones. And you will see it, like not just watching the game. I'm talking about watching the tape from the coach's angle, all 22. You will see it with Javon Dexter, and it's a lot left to be desired. Trust me. I'm not just saying this because I'm a hater on him. I'm hating on him or nothing because I don't hate on no man. But look, that's just where we at. What did you give him? What tag did you give him? I said
solid backup.
Solid backup. Okay.
Solid backup.
I go on and on about that dude. All right, kick us off with this. Hey, look, Wes, I gave him a teaser. I told him to stick around because when we get the Dio, me and you might not see eye to eye on this one. Kick us off, Wes. Dio Adengbo.
I like Dio Adengbo.
That top row is going to be the starters, but replace Dexter and Billings. And there's your starting 4 right there. Go ahead, talk to us.
I like Dio. I like his motor. I like his energy. I like that he can play with his hand in the dirt. He can play upright. I mean, he can stunt and come up the middle. I think he's just. I don't think he was good. Like I think he even said it. Like he didn't know exactly what they wanted him to do is per se. So I felt like even if you watch like even his highlights or something, say like he was doing everything. It wasn't a move he didn't try. It wasn't a position or a front two hands in the dirt, one hand in the dirt, standing up, far off the line, close to the line. Like he was doing a lot. I like it. I like that he's young. I like he got a high motor. I like him on that side. Just need to see some receipts. Need to see some receipts. I need to see some of that in action. I need to see you doing it. I need to see more production from it. I need to see it at a higher rate.
Keep going. I'll pull up his sack.
Yeah, and I need to see it. And honestly, this kind of goes back to how we talked about Ben Nelson. I want to see it on this Dennis Allen defensive line because that's something in the type of player with the type of traits that he loves to use.
Let me just go down his sacks. So first year, half a sack, didn't play much. Second year, 5 sacks. Third year, 8 sacks. This past season, he had 3 sacks. Let's put those numbers out there so we can see the range. Like he went as low as, I won't count that first year. He went as low as 3, went as high as 8, and then his middle was 5. So what was your tag? What tag did you give him?
I give him a solid starter.
Solid starter.
I'm gonna give him a solid starter. Put him on a good line with a good line. Like that, I don't think yet.
Ooh.
He, like I said, hey, look, how about this? At the end of the season, he gonna give me 13 sacks. I'm gonna agree with you. At the end of the season, he had 13 sacks. I got you. I believe you.
Can't argue with it. Can't argue with it.
I ain't gonna say I ain't there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, do I think that's what they want to do? I mean, if you can replace
for a
98
pass rusher, we keep trading. Go draft you a top pass rusher, so you ain't got you.
98 million.
Go ahead,
So you have to spend, like you're right, 98 million over here, 42 million over there, 32 million over here. You're right. Draft them. Go get them.
Go draft one.
Go draft them.
Fucking Jared Verse is gonna be a top pass rusher. You had him. He was there for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you know how I feel about Verse. But yeah, like I like it. I like what he had, like his potential, and I think, like I said, I think he said it last. Like he just wasn't sure. Like I can't tell you who the coach, defensive coordinator, or defensive line coach was. I don't know who they are, but I know who ours is, and I think and I believe that he's that Dennis Allen kind of player, and I'm expecting at least that 8 sack season. I want to see that 8 sack season from him. And I want to see him. I want to see him utilize just how the highlights show and just how he plays everywhere. I want to see him in positions based off what the offense does. They're gonna audible out and they're gonna kind of get it. I want to see him moving closer to the line, moving forward. I want to see like that kind of like Mike linebacker moving around. Because like I said, he's shown he can do a lot on that line. So I can see him doing everything. Like I said, what you saying, Bad Truth? I'm gonna put you up here real quick, brother, so I can read it out. Or draft him. But draft him, but take a blood pressure pill, smart. But yes, draft. I think we may be out of the top pick to get at the top edge, possibly. But yeah, like I said, I like him. I think he's gonna start. Versus who we got now.
Top pick to get a top edge. What?
You get that second round.
You can get that. What Verse wasn't no top? What was Verse? 17, 15?
Yeah, 17, 15, something up there. I think he mean like top half of the draft.
evaluation is key, Wes. That's what I'm talking
Mhm.
about. Two people can watch the same thing and come away with different opinions on players. Bear Truth could watch Javon and think he's gonna take him with it. He gonna take Javon with a late first. I ain't taking Javon into the 5th. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm not doing it.
Right.
I'm not doing it. But look, also I only say draft your guy just because you gotta draft them. That's the only way you're gonna have sustained success. You gotta draft some of these dudes. We do a lot of free, and that's fine. Do what you gotta do for the time being. Absolutely. I know that Bear Truth. I respect your football knowledge. You put a lot of knowledge in the chat, and I appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
So I know, like, you can't argue with drafting over trading for it. So I don't think any
Right.
football player would rather trade for a guy than draft us. You know, that
Right.
goes without saying. But look, Dio, let's stick to Dio's 25. And when I watch his tape, Wes, I see a lot of the shit you just said. A lot of it. The dude will give you 2, 3, maybe even 4 moves sometimes. If he's going up against some of these top O linemen, he's using it. Like, he ain't one and done. One move, one rip, whatever.
Mm.
One swim, it's over, or one spin. No, he's gonna use 2. Boom. I'm gonna try to, as long as the play's going. And then he got a motor. I think somebody put in the chat, he got a motor. He not gonna give up on the play. He gonna run you down and keep going. My thing with Dio is we paid him a lot of money. And then, people going to talk about, well, when you look at the percentage of the cap, it's not that much. I don't give a fuck about percentage of the cap. What do we pay him, Wes?
I'm finna look it up right now, though. I want to say 30-40 million, probably.
3 year, 48 million.
That's
I don't care about what percentage. That could be 3% of our cap. That's a lot of fucking money. A lot for a dude that's coming off a 3-sack season. Now, look, he is young, and they're betting on his upside. And Bear fans, you're gonna have to get used to number 55 playing edge for you. We ain't used to that in Chicago. We used to that being our linebackers. But you gotta get used to it. The dude has potential. He has it. Like, he's fast. And his size for his
6'6", 285.
Exactly.
You wouldn't know it.
Combined with that speed is very, very fucking elite.
And as I said, solid starter. He got the size, he got the weight, he got the techniques and the skills. I just need the receipts. And when I say receipts, I mean gave $40+ million. Be worth 51 million when the season is said and done. Like I said,
like that.
Give me 8-9 sacks. Give me those pressures. Give me those bat downs. Yeah, you really want to be worth that money? Give me a pick 6.
Yeah,
you young, you tall, you on the edge.
Mac now.
Give me some. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about, like, okay, if I'm going, if all these players keep showing their iPhone notes with I want to be a Pro Bowler, I want to these stats and this, and I put it in my phone in the preseason. So these are my goals. All right, put a pick 6 in off the edge. Okay, go ahead, jump up there and snatch a bubble screen out the air, run it into the end zone.
I like Dio. I like him, or Dio. I like it. I like it. I'm just afraid that Bear Truth said, if this guy does turn the corner, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with Sweat doing what he does, but we need a pass rusher who sacks the QB consistently. If this kid reaches his potential, I see what Bear Truth is talking about. And I know if y'all look, we basically go back and forth with Bear Truth a lot because he's been here with us. He from the start of this thing.
And he don't shut up. So we love it.
He been here with us. He get the chat lit. He talks his boss. So, but anyway, I see what he means though, Wes. When he says, now it was a little off when he said take his position or replace him. I won't go that far, But if you're gonna talk about keeping them both, and one is your sack guy, and one is I could see Dio becoming that, getting the
Glory.
glory, getting the sacks. I can see that, but I mean, right now it's just if we're gonna talk about money. Money plays a role until them players on the field tell us no, the fuck it don't. He get paid more than me, and I'm gonna go play harder than him. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I'm putting it
Oh,
up
my
there.
bad. Yeah, Dio, you gave him a solid starter. You need to see 8 sacks.
8 sacks.
Give me 8 sacks. I'm right there with you. Give me 8 sacks, Dio.
8.
And I will be a believer because your tape is there. You didn't finish a lot. That was your only issue. You had 3 sacks last year. You didn't finish, but you beat a lot of dudes. You beat them. You use your arsenal. You got an arsenal of moves. You are massive. That's exactly what Dennis Allen likes on his edge. You got the potential. I'm right there. You got paid a lot though. They paid you a lot, and when I look at your resume, I'm like, why they pay him?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm right there with you. You said solid starter. I'll go. I can't go solid starter. I almost can't go starter. I can go fringe. I'll go fringe starter. Fringe starter. Just 3 sacks, 8 sacks.
I mean, that was last year, but I'm like I said, I saw that season and I see the season before, and it gives me that I see your range, I see your age, I see your size, I see your tape, I see your eye test.
Because you're not like you haven't done it before,
right? You're a solid starter. Just be a solid starter. You can You can go 8. You can go 8, 9. You can give me 7 to 9 sacks a game. You can, like you said, you can add pressure. You can bat down balls. You got every, technique. I've seen you do them all. I've seen your bull rush. I've seen your spin move. I've seen your swim. I've seen your stunt. I've seen your counter. I've seen, I've seen you, like I said, I've seen you in every stance on the line. I've seen you.
He's been interior, outside.
And I've seen you be successful at all of these spots. Yes, you will be that solid starter and make that money look like, oh, we kind of owe him a few more million.
Wes, you hang your hat on some dudes that puzzles me sometimes, but this is one where I want it for you for sure.
I'm growing on you.
No, this is one where I'm like, I'm not there with it, but I swear I see exactly what you see. I really do. Dio can be that. No, Bear True. Go look at his tape, and I actually cut up his tape, Wes. When we signed him, I just didn't even get around to releasing it or even editing and everything. Yeah. I'm gonna do that though. I'm gonna do that for Bears fans because his tape is fun to watch.
Spotlight.
Yeah, I'll do a spotlight episode for him.
He deserves one.
He just doesn't get finished. I'm telling you, Bear Truth. He doesn't finish, but he beats his man. And then the quarterback gets the ball out because a cornerback is not doing his job. So, but all right,
he was with the Colts. Yeah, he don't got JJ in them back there. He don't got Kyler Gordon. He don't got Spider-Man out there. He don't got those guys back there.
Let's go to Big Dog Bill.
Okay.
Andrew Billings, because this is our true starter right there at that nose. He ain't the 3 tech, but we're gonna put him at nose. That's where he gonna work out at. Best. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm overstating. Best D lineman for the Chicago Bears last season. Our best player on that D line was. What you thinking? No correction.
Do you want me to turn and talk?
I just want.
I concur. You saw what happens when he went down. It was one of those things when he went down. You start searching for other reasons why we wasn't getting to the quarterback and not realizing it was probably just because he went down.
And we would, it
didn't make sense.
Because it was Billings. It's like you didn't want to say it's Billings.
It's Billings.
But fuck yeah, it was Billings. It was Billings. Just like you said, when he went down. Oh man, Oh man, we couldn't stop. We could. Oh my gosh.
I mean, you wonder why Montez Sweat production went down?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's easy
in the
math.
pocket.
Easy math. Common denominator. What's the common thing that's what was there and that's not there? Look at 17 games last season. Montez Sweat was worth the money. Come back this season. You can talk about injuries and all that too, but he does his job, like you said, but he does his job. And like you said, he got, and you know who got the glory? Montez Sweat. I got a bunch of girls nuts. But yeah, you can continue.
Yeah. Billings. Wait, hold on. Did I give my Dio tag? Did I get my Dio tag? What I say? What I give? What did I give for Dio?
You gave him a fringe starter. I
Fringe.
believe,
Okay. I just want to make sure. I was gonna say it again. But for Billings, look, and as much as I love Billings, you need a dude that can come in here and say, "Great job," but you're not starting. That's the way I view Billings. I did what you had to do. You actually outplayed the contract because we had to extend him after we originally brought him in with Matt Eberflus. But you need to do like Shamar Turner or even somebody else that could come in and yeah, you're right, Bear True. Everybody's shit went down. Everybody's went down. But you need somebody to come in and say, thank you. I got it. I got it now. I understand it now. Go be my backup, OG. Go be my backup. Let me do this and you come in for your limited reps and dominate because you are good. But I don't like Billings as my starter, Wes. I don't. I really don't. I'm not mad at it. He's old reliable. If I'm old reliable, he is old reliable. Not OLD, OL reliable. That's what he is for me. I don't need the sacks. We seen what Billings do. That dude is a run stuffer, a pocket clogger, paint clogger. He collapses the pocket sometimes, but he's just as consistent as Joe Tooney is at the left guard spot. Now, not to the resume, not you know what I mean, the full resume of Joe Tooney. So don't come at me, Bears fans, but I'm saying that's what I see Billings, but he needs to be replaced. He absolutely needs to be replaced. If we want to think big and think how a D-line need to look, he ain't starting on the Eagles. He not. And we can say, oh, well, they the champion, they the Super Bowl champions. Why would you? Who else the fuck am I gonna compare him to? I don't want to compare him to nobody that ain't won shit. I'm comparing him to the dudes that won. Mm-hmm. That's what we want to be. Mm-hmm. He not starting over there. So if I'm gonna give him a tag and some expectations, I don't know what he did numbers wise because he got hurt, but I know what he did in the year before that got him the extension. And I know what he did before he got hurt. Do that. Just do that again. I don't need you to go above and beyond. Do that again as we work to find one of these young dudes that can replace you. Mm-hmm. Just keep doing that and be a placeholder for us, Andrew Billings. If I'm gonna give him a tag now, I'm gonna give Billings, and it's gonna sound negative, but it ain't negative. Nothing I'm saying about Billings is negative. It's an OG. That's an OG that, you know, I mean, he's OG right here. But solid, very, very good backup. Very good backup. Very good backup. Not potential starter, not fringe starter. Very good backup. I think I'm just Bear Truth said, yeah, I get it with Bills. Good starter, but we need a young guy. Dare I say GD? But yes, we need a young player with more upside. Look, hey, Bear Truth.
You hold on to I'm hey, Bear Truth, I'm so happy you hanging on to him. because you don't have to be here for 17 weeks.
Yep. And please, if he if he is have an outstanding season, please let me have it. Please let me have it.
Bad Truth gonna let us have it.
I ain't
He
had
gonna
too
do
many
that.
people show me that I was wrong about this Bears team in forever. So somebody got to hold my feet to the fire. Now go ahead, Wes. Go ahead. Solid, very, very good backup from me.
I'm gonna use the term. I'm gonna create a term between that, and I'm gonna say a starter, not the starter, not your solid starter. So if it's going down, and let's say you need somebody up in the middle, that's somebody you go, man, we need to trade. We go get him for 4th round pick, 5th round pick. We need somebody that can be a starter on this team. Somebody that can come in and start. On this team right now, that's what he is to me. He's the starter. He's a starter. Like you could say Billings. I don't care. I mean, you could say Javon needs to take his plays. You could say Booker. You could say whoever. You could say Shamar. You could say that need to go trade or go sign somebody else that's younger with a bigger upside. Sure, I could get the point. But as of we stand right now, he is the starter. He's a starter. He's a starter for us right now. And I think he's a starter in many other places in the league. I wouldn't say all 32 teams, because like you said, like that Eagles team, there's some other guys that already got guys that he will be their backup for sure. But it's quite a few teams. I would say more than a handful of teams that he would be their starter for sure. So he's the starter. He should be starting. And it don't show up in the stats. Even last season, it's the eye test. It's the eye test. It's what you see. It's the you don't see that pushback when he's up in the middle, like that collapse of that middle when it comes to the run. Those is tough runs if they get past Billings. Those is he's still kind of hanging on if they getting past him, or
he gonna touch
bouncing off. Yeah, or they bouncing off and they going out to the outside, and that's why I said and. Bear Truth, you said it. That's why Javon Dexter benefited. That's why Montez Sweat benefited from it. I mean, there's a lot of people that benefited from, his presence on the field. But like I said, he's the OG. So do we need somebody, right there? He's the beast. You're right.
He is. Yes.
We're not saying he's not a beast, but if we say he's a solid starter, and then when I say that, I'm thinking of, is it somebody on the team that should be able to take his job? Yeah, we just drafted one who's definitely trying to, because he definitely want to. He already said that's what he wants. He wants that middle. He want to be up in there.
Shamar?
And yeah.
Talking about Shamar?
Yeah.
And then the other guy, right?
The other guy. We ain't gonna say names or initials.
I'm about to say
no names, no initials. And then there's another guy too as well.
Because what are you doing, Javon? Take his spot. Take it. Oh man, go ahead.
And this is the thing this is the reason why I'm with you on the whole Javon Dexter thing. When Billings left, when he was out, he played 8 games. You had almost a whole nother 8 games plus to prove that you was him. To prove that, hey, look, we don't need him back. But it just wasn't there. It just wasn't there. And like I said, we can make excuses. We can do all that. It just wasn't there.
You was seeing dudes like, what's his name? Puna Ford or something Ford. Remember that Ford dude that we picked up from the Packers? And we was like, who is this? Come in and just like looking better than Javon. And
it was a lot of other guys. And like I said, it was a lot of guys want to finish in. It was a lot of guys coming. It was a lot of guys getting around the ball. And a lot of them 199.
What was your tag on him again?
A starter. He's a starter. He's a starter. I wouldn't say is he a solid backup? For sure. He's a solid backup.
But he's more than that. You feel he's more than that.
I feel like his impact is if like you gotta be like solid, elite, for like a dog of a defensive tackle to usurp him on a team. Because like I said, it's some teams around the league that could use him on their defensive line for sure.
Okay. We want to go next. We did the whole top row and Billings.
Let's go,
Three guys
Chris. Let's go, Chris, real quick.
Okay.
It's gonna be fast, and I want to go. Well, Chris, then we'll go Daniel, and then we'll go Shamar, and then honorable mention. We're gonna have to talk about Austin Booker. Honorable mention him in there. So
Austin Booker definitely got to get in here. We'll talk about AB for sure. So you said we're gonna go
Chris Williams. I'll start.
Go ahead.
I'll start with Chris Williams. I mean, we got Chris Williams late last offseason. Well, that towards the end. I think he came in with Darrell Taylor around that time frame-ish. They kind of came in kind of late in there. Maybe a rotational piece. Didn't see enough to call him a solid backup. I mean, dare I look up what his stats is? I'll just say a rotational piece.
Seeing 3 sacks. He had 3 sacks last year. Hey.
Whoa. look, we Bears fans. That's how bad we was. Okay. That was, and like I said, I've seen some stuff, but I don't know if I've seen enough. At that position for him. With those, like I said, when it comes to
will he make this roster?
Ooh. Let me see who else is on this roster. Let me just go real quick and just slide my finger down these last names.
I think he will. I think he'll make this roster.
I think he will. I think he will because we ain't brought up Pickens yet.
Fighting for a spot.
Pickens
so fighting for a spot.
We still got Dominique Robinson.
Dom Rob better not make this roster. Look, Oliver, hit that like button for us. I ain't seen you in the chat. I appreciate you in the chat. And you talking something that matter. Hit that like button for us and everybody who's watching. The Black Bear Podcast, one word, no spaces. The Black Bear Podcast. I'm your host, Mark Rob, with my co-host, Chef West. We go live every Sundays during the off season. And then we do some post game. We do every post game show and some pregame shows during the season. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Again, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. Oliver, we ain't seen you in here. And you just mentioned something that West been coaching matters. New D-line coach. What Jeremy? What's his last name?
I think it's Garrett too.
Jeremy Garrett.
It's Jeremy Garrett. Yep.
From what I've heard about the man, and remember we talked about this early, Oliver. You just getting in here, but you gotta listen to everybody when they talk. Everybody that's talking about the Bears. You can't just listen to one avenue. Get opinions for everybody. And the Bears beat reporters, people who were able to interview that man and talk to him personally, and people who have worked for him or worked with him. Good things. Now, that's natural. I heard good things about Shane Waldron. But I heard bad things about Shane Waldron too, Wes. We know this already. We talked about this. I heard bad things about Shane, and I heard good things. I haven't heard anything bad about Jeremy. So, yes, coaching does matter. We've talked about that with the O-line as well. New O-line coach, it matters. Bear Truth was actually talking about that as well. So, let's keep going, though. 3 sacks, Wes. 3 sacks for a dude that's limited time, ain't he limited?
Yeah, he was limited. Like I said, when we said that, I had to go look at it, and I'm looking at it, and maybe it was like I said, maybe it's like I just said, I didn't see enough. But with not being able to see enough and having 23 total tackles, 3 sacks, and a stuff, I guess you want to, if that's important, they put that on now and they added in.
Oh yeah, run stuff. Let's just say run stuff is a no gain. Maybe give them a 1 yard run.
1 yard, something like that. So, I think he'd make the roster.
I'm with you.
He's 26.
I didn't
we
know
talked about that. We talk about that 25 age range we keep putting up there on those things. They put the under 25 names up there, but hey, he 26. He ain't, he a day older than the rest of those young guys up there. 6'2", 302 pounds.
Ooh, small dude. I didn't know he was 6'2". He
6'2".
got some weight on him though.
Got some weight on him though.
Got some weight on him.
Got some weight on him. So he low. I mean, like, look, he low to the ground. He got the weight. Hopefully, he got the power. Like 3 sacks though. That's for what we.
Montez.
What we had. We had 17 sacks. He had 3 of them.
Well, I don't know what the percentage of that is. I don't know if we got any math wizards in the chat, but damn,
that's over 50% of what Montez Sweat did.
Montez had 5.5.
That's like I said, it's over 50%. I ain't gonna get exact in that. So yeah, so I gotta go back to say, like I said, when I started off, I don't think I saw enough from him. Now that I'm looking at his stats, I definitely think he's gonna make this team, make this squad, especially with his age. Yeah.
Oliver said every time Williams was in the game last season, the Bears got gas. You know why? Because he was playing way more than he should have played. He's a
backup.
I was gonna say, now what's your tag then? What tag would you give?
I'm gonna say he's a backup. I'm gonna say he's a backup. I mean, that's basically what he came in last season. He was backing up. Like I said, he didn't have that much time out there. He got 3 sacks. He got a stuff. I mean, backup. Like I said, he got gashed. Maybe improve a little bit. We young. We look. Another thing I want to say, like I said, his age matters. He's out there. He's going to be backing up to the Grady Jarrett's and all that. Hopefully he learns something. Hopefully something rub off on him.
I like when we get into players like this, Wes, because when you do see that 3 sacks in the state of the Bears D line at this point, and you see a dude like him with 3 sacks, you see Oliver in the chat saying he got gashed every time. And we know D tackles need to stop the run. That's what we need you to do. We don't need you to get the sacks. But apparently the tackles the edges aren't getting the sacks. Yeah. It gives you it's nice to see it. It's nice to see it. I mean, I think you said it all, Wes. He is who he is. He ain't ever gonna be elite for us. He ain't ever gonna play significant time for us. He shouldn't ever play significant time for us. You gave him a backup. I wouldn't even give him backup. I just say, you know what? So he's a backup, but I would give him like rotational. He's just rotational type player, because our backups should be right now, like our specific backups. You got Grady and Billings starting, and their backups should be Shamar and Javon. Chris should come in behind the backups as rotational, unless West, like, they want to get saucy with it and move some dudes around like we do. That's what we do. All right, Oliver, look, if the sacks were deceiving for Williams, were the sacks deceiving for Javon Dexter? He had 4, I think, last year. So tell me, was his sacks deceiving, or did you feel like Javon went out there and got those sacks? But anyway, I would say rotational. I wouldn't say really back. You say what?
No. I'm agreeing with you about
Oliver.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give him backup. I give him rotational for sure. I think he's gonna make this team. He's young, and if you can get 3 sacks, you can get 3 sacks. Your $100 million player gave you 5.5 sacks. Now, Oliver, tell me, were those deceiving? And he said yes for Javon. So, but yeah, I mean, we don't got much to go off of. I told you Billings was a backup, a solid backup, but he's going to be starting for us. So you see what I'm saying? Like, everything needs to be elevated from every single player on this D line. All of it needs to be elevated. The standard needs to be elevated.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about players like Chris Williams, yeah, 3 sacks may have been What was the word he used?
I just said
Deceiving.
wow.
He said deceiving.
Deceiving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it may have been deceiving, but it's still 3 sacks at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like you can
We had 26, I think.
Can you go tell me every sack that you seen him get? Yeah, so you're not gonna remember the actual plays, but it was 3 sacks, and then you look at your $100 million player, and he only had 2.5 more. So I guess everything was deceiving at that point. But yeah, I'll go rotational. We don't need to keep going on Chris Williams because I mean it's Chris Williams. So
I was trying to see. I'm trying to see.
We got bigger names we definitely could talk about. But what you trying to see? Go ahead.
I was just trying to see when he got drafted by the Browns. I was trying to see when he got what round he got drafted in.
Chris Williams, from what I'm seeing, he started his career with the Colts in 2021.
Colts. Okay.
And didn't have a sack that season. He only played 8 games. Then 2022 with the Colts, didn't have a sack again. He only played 5 games. 17 games played with the Bears, 23 total tackles, 17 solo, and 3 sacks. That's on ESPN.
Yeah, they don't say. But yeah, I was just trying to grade his value based off where he was drafted. But we can move on.
I'm sure he's happy with his career. I'm sure he's happy with what he's done. You got Shamar and we got Daniel Hardy.
Let's talk about Daniel Hardy.
Let's go Daniel Hardy. And I don't know what he did for us last year because
he's played.
We also got Booker to talk about too. Austin Booker.
So disappointed in Austin Booker.
Yeah, we're gonna get into Austin Booker too. We're gonna talk about Shamar Turner as well. Hit that like button for us. I keep hearing this Sweat is not a sacks player. Bear Truth said the same thing. He's not known for sacks. He's not. What is he then? What is Sweat? Because if you're playing edge, right, and the opposite of you is Daniel Hardy or Darrell Taylor or who else was over there, Wes? Who else played on the other edge, on the other side of him?
Austin Booker was over there.
Austin Booker. Then what does that make you? The sack guy. You get $100 million to be able to either be the sack guy or not be the sack guy. Now we bring in Trey Hendrickson. Guess what? I will give you that. Montez ain't the sack guy. But when Montez is in there with them dudes, top edge that top run edge who gets a lot of pressures. That mean he shouldn't have got $100 million. What you pay him $100 million for? So this might go back to what I say, Wes. And I know you and a lot of other people might not agree, but let's lay at Pole's feet. If we're gonna talk about it, let's talk about it. You can't pay $100 million to a kid that's not a sack, a run stopper, and on a team that didn't stop the run, worth a damn. Worth a damn.
I'm just trying to see. So he had 3. He had 3. He had 4.
I'm just going at it with the chat right now because I keep these excuses. Gotta stop for these dudes that's making all this goddamn money. Look, I get it. If you got Trey Hendrickson on the side, absolutely, Montez Sweat is a run stopper. Absolutely. But when you got Austin Booker and you got Darrell Taylor and Daniel Hardy on the opposite of you, you have to be the sack guy. You have to be because you got $100 million to be that. Now, if we paid you a little bit less so you can just be a run stopper and play that role, then play that role. But guess what? Don't be giving up what did Arizona third string running back do to us at halftime?
54-yard run.
54-yard run to the touchdown. I don't know if Montez was on the field, but I'm just saying we weren't stopping the run either. We weren't getting sacks and we weren't stopping the run. So what does he do? That's all I'm saying. My bad. Excuses gotta just stop for dudes who's getting paid to play football. Now, who was we talking about? Who was we talking?
Daniel Hardy.
They ran away from Sweat and Billing. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, you go pay him. You go re-sign Sweat for another $100 million and keep letting people run away from him. So what you pay him for? Go ahead. Who was the player? My bad, Wes.
Daniel Hardy.
It was Hardy. See, I thought it was Turner for a second. Okay, Daniel Hardy. Did you find his numbers?
Yeah, I had them, but then I lost them. Let me just pull them up on my phone instead.
Nah, yeah, you good. Oh my gosh. See, Daniel Hardy
is a
didn't get
special teams player.
sack. He definitely is a special teams player who they trying to move to linebacker. So we'll make this one quick. We'll definitely make this one quick. Daniel Hardy probably won't be playing full-time edge rusher for us. Bear Truth said it's just what he has been and is. So did he get overpaid? Maybe, maybe not. But we paid him. So what do you do about it from here? You know what you do about it from here?
Make him a sack guy. Just like you change, that's like you change Caleb Williams' stance. That's that's when you change your cornerbacks. That's when you move somebody like Daniel Hardy from edge to linebacker. That's how you make Brian Urlacher, who was a free safety in college, a linebacker. You change it. What was the guy that came in? Was it Amos? I saw the podcast. He thought he was gonna come in and be a running back or something. He ended up having to play quarter for the Bears. I think it was. Oh no, was it
Jerry Azuma.
Azuma, yeah, Jerry Azuma came in and thought he was gonna be a running back, and ended up being a great corner.
See, look, I just went on that, and then I got him feeling like, no, not you're bad. Say what you mean and mean what you say. That's just my opinion. I didn't mean to try to turn up on you or none of that, Oliver. You're good. You're fine. It's okay. It's okay.
It's just being on that line. You gotta be that guy. Warren Sapp was
you see Bear Truth trying to
just
side with you a little bit. Yeah.
It's just a question. I'm asking. I ask myself. Look, this is what it is. We needed sacks. We needed hits on quarterbacks. We needed a lot of things. And for him to be $100 million worth of that, go do it all. Go do it all. Shoot the ball 60 times, Kobe. Ain't nobody else on this team.
Hey, we had to get you, Bear Truth. You've been talking shit.
He may be his replacement. May. I don't think they brought him in to replace him.
He said, "I'm just asking the question." Oh, my bad, Wes. I'm trying to keep going because that shit was funny.
But anyway, let's get on Daniel Hardy. Like I said, I said it when we was going into it, and I looked at it and I was like, that should have had a Austin Booker thumbnail up there because he is technically the backup or rotational piece on the defensive line. Daniel Hardy's not. The only reason Daniel Hardy got in there because it was a lot of injuries and we was trying to fix a lot of mistakes doing that. Fix their mistakes with that. Maybe they trying, like I said, what they're trying to do is go younger and cheaper. Sweat ain't young and
they trying to do everything but drafting an edge rusher. Yeah, they trying to do everything but drafting because look, Bear Truth tried to combat me and say, well, they drafted Shamar. What edge rusher? Tell me the edge rusher. When the last time the Bears have drafted an edge rusher? An edge rusher with a top. I'll just say I'll give y'all some leeway. The top 2 picks. I ain't gonna say first round. Top 2. We don't what edge rusher. Don't give me D tackle that we can move the edge. I'm not talking about that.
I don't know.
We don't do it. We trying to trade for him. We traded for Khalil Mack. We traded for Julius Peppers. We wanted to trade for Matthew Judon, so at least per Hard Knocks. And now Judon is out there, and we ain't gonna go get him right away.
We ain't gonna get him. No.
But I knew Bear Truth knew that. See that, and that's why I love Bear Truth being in the chat because he knows these things. He knows these things. Oliver, hopefully you could become one of our diehards in this chat with us to talk football. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. That's why the chat. I
I
love
mean,
the
we
chat
can.
because they get off track sometimes. Go ahead. What you talking about? What's up, Wes?
I mean, do you want to say something else about the special teams player, or are we gonna keep
Oh
going?
no, yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Nah.
Because he ain't even gonna go to the line at this point. I mean, I
Yeah,
hoped he came in. Remember, I brought him up a lot. Like maybe he can come in and help on that end. But he's, I mean, obviously he's awesome at special teams. They heard, and they thinking that he can be more of a linebacker.
yeah, they feel like
Cool.
that because he's fast. He's fast. They should have did that with Darrell Taylor because he was fast as hell.
Yeah. He's 3 sacks fast, just like Chris Williams, just like
What
everybody
is,
else.
what are
Everybody else
you
that came
talking
in.
about? What is he talking
What?
about?
I got me nervous about what? I'm done talking about Daniel Hardy. It was really nothing much to say. He don't got really no sacks because he really didn't play enough. And then when he was out there, he really didn't do nothing. He did more on special teams than anything else. So
Yeah, he did.
like,
Absolutely.
we could have been talking about Austin Booker, which was my guy. So I rather eat crow in this part of the segment about
Yeah,
Austin
let's
Booker.
do that. Let's talk about something more interesting, a player that's more interesting, more entertaining. Because Daniel Hardy is what he is. We're not gonna go Turner yet. He's a rookie. Let's not, we don't do that. Austin Booker, not a rookie. He's not a rookie. Let's talk about him. He said it's all well. Ah, shit. I know what that means. All right.
No, we're good. I mean, Austin Booker, 21 total tackles, a sack and a half.
He had he only had 1.5.
Yeah, I told you.
But see, this is the go ahead.
What I said. Remember, I said he had quarterbacks in his arms, he had running backs in his arms, and he let him off the hook.
First bear truth.
Mm-hmm.
You should have been cracked that open. You've been in here listening to us for. Come on, Bear Truth. Go ahead.
I done had a glass of wine. No, I'm just 3 stuffs. I'll give him. I'll give him.
Appreciate you being in the chat, Swanky. Hit that like button for us. We in here talking some football, some real football. I see the Bears fans come out at night, Wes. That's where they come out.
Yeah, they was out there watching the Pacers game.
Memorial Day tomorrow. People off work tomorrow. I don't work tomorrow. You work tomorrow, Wes?
I'm on call all weekend.
Tomorrow, Monday.
Yeah, I'm doing emergency calls.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah. I want to say backup because that was my guy. That was somebody I hope did a lot more statistically from last season, but I seen the rookie in him all last season, and it wasn't lack of effort. It was lack of technique, lack of finishing.
Yep.
Like he was getting there. He was around. You seen him a lot. I mean, like I said, if you look at his stats, he had a base out a little bit here, a little bit, had a little sack and a half here, had some tackles there, had some stuffs, as they say, tackles in the backfield. But just as many as he had, I know for a fact he missed like 20 tackles that he could have had. He missed like 2 sacks. I know for a fact could have had. He swung his arm at a few running backs where if he just tackled them with both arms and got down on him, he could have had them.
Oh yeah, arm tackles ain't gonna get it done.
You know what I mean? Like I seen a lot of it. I mean, you remember I bitched about it a little bit last season. Like I see it right there. I thought you had him. down. We could have been 4 and out, but you let him slip through and let him fall forward, or stuff like that. So I want to say backup, but I'm scared that he might end up just being a rotational piece.
We traded back into the draft, right? To get him in the 5th round. Yeah. So, and when you 1.5 sacks? You said
1.5 sack. 1.5 sacks.
When you got numbers like that, and obviously he was a 5th round pick, you got to look at the film. And I think I released some tape on Austin Booker. Like I said, if you don't know right now, we don't just do live shows. We do post-game shows as well after each game and some pre-game shows, just talking about what we want to see from the game, what we expect to see from the game. And also we release some cut-ups and some film on these players after those games and previous games. And I think I did some stuff on Austin Booker, and
I think we did because I think we did at least one on all of the draft picks because it was only 5. I mean, obviously not Tory, but I think we did a little look into all of them from last season.
and if I'm not mistaken, he got his tape to me looked a lot like Dio Dangbos, but not with the arsenal. He didn't have the arsenal and the size. Austin Booker definitely is skinny. He got to put some weight on, and I think what is this going to be year 2? He's a player that I'm definitely look. You gave what was your tag? You gave him.
I gave him a backup. I gave him a backup tag, and just to hold on to that, I still need to see like finishing
That he
leaps and bounds.
He got Max Crosby upside, like potential.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about, up upside.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go out. You said backup, right? I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll definitely go. I don't think he backup yet. He is a backup, but I think he should be a little bit better as a backup. It's hard with him. His potential is through the roof. I didn't give nobody else a Max Crosby.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And like I said, if people would just finish some of those plays. And like I said, we can get an excuse. It was his rookie season. And like you said, he's kind of thin. Probably need to put some more weight on.
Right.
But man, it's kind of like watching a rookie blow some layups. It's like,
oh my God.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to look, but you want to yell.
Comparison.
But it's kind of like, that's how I feel. I feel a lot that way about him. So I could get throwing him as of what he did last season right now. Like you playing like a rotational player, but I don't think that's you, Austin Booker. If this clip gets to you, if your cousin or some see this and they send it to Chef West, I don't think that's you. I think you're a solid backup at worst, potential starter at best. Just generically speaking, I think you could be. I mean, you got the size, you put on a little weight onto it. You could be better than just a run stopper and not a sack guy like Montez Sweat, apparently.
Jump into Shamar Turner for me.
Okay.
And kick that one off.
We got some comments in here.
Go ahead. Do the comments real quick.
Oh, y'all talking about other people. All right. Swanky 32. You coming here plug another podcast. What's up? Honestly, fine with the season. Montez Sweat could come back and have a big year. We got some young blood improving. Get on Dexter is tough up the middle. Yeah, I'm gonna take that down, Swanky, before he get back. We're gonna leave the last part of that out. Well, I'm gonna put you in here, Swanky, like everybody can see. I'm glad Ben went offense in the draft. I think we all suspected that. That's good too. Ben Johnson run things. It's his world, and we're just living in it. Hopefully. Let me see what you say. Oh my God! Well, I didn't mean to put that up there, Bear Truth. That was the rules of Ben Johnson. He was interviewed. If you want Ben, you have to do exactly what he wants. A free agency, draft, personnel decision. That's cool. All right, here we go. We finna lean into this. Here we go, Oliver. There we go. Boom. Turner can be the truth, and ain't that the truth? I think he got it. I think he know who he is. I think he's one of those players who know what he wants, knows how to play football. Like Mark say, he got that dog in him. He a mean dude. He's that kind of player, especially on the defense line, that take it personal. Every snap is personal to him. Like I said, a big upside to him, but at the same time, I think that the floor on him could be a little bit there. As far as hearing the scouting report about he might take his job a little bit too personal and want to punish offensive linemen instead of getting to the ball sometimes maybe, or fighting on blocks that he just don't need to be fighting on. I think we got something. I don't think it's a May. Let me just get you in here, Bad Truth. You said like Turner, develop him, and we may have something. I think we do got something. I don't think it's a May. I think we do got something. I think he's one of those players that, like I said, he wants to play up the middle, but maybe he'll benefit more on the edge later on once he starts getting a feel for how the NFL is. Right. Okay. See, that's why I was just going with it, Oliver. Like I said, he can play inside, he can play out. So maybe he start up at the middle. That's kind of where he want to be right now, and then maybe later on he does move to that outside because he finds it's a better fit for him, or maybe it's a better fit for the scheme or what they want from him, or what you can get out of him. But the attitude is there. He's got that, that Grady Jarrett kind of mindset when it comes. You're right. I put that up there while I finish. The Bears is the best team in the division. Of course, came to the right place. But yeah, I think his upside is good. I think he's gonna be one of those players that wants to work on improving his technique, improving what he does, looking at that film and faults. And he likes kind of guy that he's gonna study those linemen that he goes up against. Very much so. Like he said in his little press or whatever, old lineman ain't shit, and ain't worth the money to pay him. Prove it. Embarrass him. I would love to. Yeah, that's what I think too as well, Betru. Keep him at that 3 technique primary and let him develop because he's real talented, and that's what we need. We need that 3 technique. We need that. And we screamed about it. They screamed about it all during the show last off season. Been searching for it. Like I said, it could be a household name. You can sell some jerseys, make some money, get a Gatorade commercial. Yeah, you're right, Oliver. He's a violent player. He is. And that's what you kind of need up. You need that. I expect a lot. Like I said, I think he's going to be a backup. What he is, I'm not going to say because he's a rookie. We don't know. I don't know. Coming in as a rookie with a line that's kind of built and paid. Yeah, y'all can stop talking about that other person now. But yeah, I'll come in. I think he'll be the backup coming in and trying to find out. He should be right there. No, still no value, Mark. Still no value. So yeah, that's what I mean. He got a lot of things that you like to see. That violence, that attitude towards getting to the quarterback and getting to the ball. That's what I hope he focuses really on, finding the ball and getting to it, keeping everything at the line of scrimmage. Those kind of things, solidifying that middle, and slowing down the run, make it look good on tape. Make it look good on tape. What's so high school? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by what's so high school. I don't. He said Mark is back. Oh, that's so high school, huh? Oh, that we can't talk about Buddy because Mark back. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of is cliquish, man. But yeah, but we don't want him to. We don't want that player to suck all the everything up out of the whole entire show and segment. He's a polarizing person because he 50-50 amongst Bears fans, and That's just what it is. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. That's another thing. Like we talked about. You talked about being with the new staff and getting players that they won't. Because hey, they knew to they knew they want to come out looking good, patting their resumes as well, and getting players that fit what they want. And I think even signing a Dio was something that Da had his finger in or his finger on, or he probably brought him up in one of the meetings about, hey, look, this guy look like he'll be good. It's probably in that price range that they were looking for as far as bringing in Dennis Allen, saying, "Hey, look, we got players that fit your okay, that fit your scheme."
Yo, can you hear me?
I back there. You go.
All right. Y'all still talking Shamar? Golly, I'm having some technical difficulties, Wes.
There you go. So, Wes, how close do you feel we are at being a real contender? I would say 3 key positions need to be kind of solidified for me. And that would be the 3 positions we all been talking about. We talked about 2 today. So getting that solid dog of a left tackle. I mean, however he do it, as long as he protecting the quarterback, I really don't care.
I'll answer that question. Keep going, Wes. I'll answer that
Yeah.
question too. Keep going.
And that edge, it could be solved. Like I said, it could be solved with Dio. We don't just know yet. I mean, like I said, it could be somebody stepping up. I think we got some people with the potential to make me feel more comfortable on that other side of Sweat. And lastly, the safeties. I mean, Brisker with the concussions kind of thing. Kevin, he's kind of older. Jo, like I said, an asset. I would say he is. He made some big plays for us and that, but do I think he's the answer? I don't think so. But I think everywhere else on this team, I feel like it's contender ready. Familiarity and all that kind of stuff needs to sink in, and meshing and all that other kind of stuff. And people want to bring, getting the new field, the new lay of the land with Ben Johnson and the new staff and all that has to come into contention. But as far as how we're built, I think we're built to be contenders now. Am I projecting that? Nah, I definitely think we are a playoff team. I definitely think we are at least right now with this season that mediocrely, like midway, we easily a playoff team, maybe even win a game in the playoffs, sneak one out, go far. We'll be happy. I wouldn't be shocked either. But like I said, when we did the schedule show, like I mean, 10 wins to me is still kind of on the low side. Because it'll be, 10 weeks. Like you should figure it out by, in 10 weeks. And then if you 5-5, you got 7 weeks to win 5 more games. So you should be able to figure it out. And if Ben Johnson is who Ben Johnson's supposed to be, and Caleb is who Caleb's supposed to be, and Rome is who Rome's supposed to be, and Wright is who he's supposed to be, and Dexter is who he's supposed to be, and all those kind of stuff, then yeah.
All right. I am okay. Okay.
Hey, Mick.
You can hear me?
Yeah, you good. You loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm having some issues charging my laptop right now. So, all right, look. To answer his question, what is his question?
He put it to both of us.
Y'all having some good conversation too. God,
yeah, me, Bear, and Swank. We went on a run. We was happy you weren't here though, because Swank had some overall.
Happy I'm not here. God,
no. But
right, how close do I feel real close? Real close. I think we were one last year, and with or without Caleb though. You know what I mean? Like if we would have kept Justin, I felt we were close. But I don't want to make excuses for Caleb or Justin. But Justin needed things in place that weren't there to actually get us there. To like seriously get us there. Caleb needed some of those same things, better coaching, better a better run game, a better just structure. And really mainly coaching and run game for me, honestly. If we don't just get into the weeds of football. Absolutely close. We are closer than you always closer than you think. Every team is closer than they want to make it seem, your record makes it seem. It's the NFL. Teams go from worst to first all the fucking time. The Bengals did it. Number one thing, you got to get the quarterback right. Do I think Justin was the wrong quarterback? Absolutely not. But he needed pivotal things to make that work for real. You know what I mean? Caleb Williams is the quarterback as well. He needed, and as a rookie, so if Caleb was like year 3 or year 4, I feel like he would have been able to navigate the bullshit that the Bears went through last year better than he did. But throwing for 3,541 yards and 20 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, it's not a bad year. That's your floor. He showed us his floor. Everybody say that was a bad year. He needs to be better and this and that and the third. Yes, he got to be better. But if 3,541 yards is you needing to be better, oh my God. Show me what happens when you just okay, when you're just good. The Chicago Bears are closer than people think. I think if it clicks this year realistically, now we got a tough schedule. You got a tough schedule, and you can't duck it. Ain't no ducking that. Put up or shut up. Go beat the good teams. Go beat them. If like when you say how close do you think? Let's say a playoff berth and a playoff win. What's funny? What's funny? What?
I just said that.
Oh wow, really?
I said I'm questionable about the left tackle. If we can get that solid, maybe another edge. I'm not too great about our safeties, but I think them as a collective with Brisker and Kevin and Jo had some big plays, and they could be all right. But I said honestly, a playoff berth is good and a playoff win. Like I think that's where we at. I literally just said that. Day.
That's crazy because, like I said, I'm having some issues right now, but that's like realistically, but I think this team was like that for the last 2 years. Now, if you kept Justin, that was contingent on you getting that haul for trading the first overall pick and creating some crazy shit out of that. You know what I mean? For trading that pick. But I think we're there. I definitely think we're there. I definitely think things need to go well. And honestly, it depends on the quarterback. Your quarterback has to be receptive. Your coaching staff got to be on the same page. The coach can't be wanting to run something that the quarterback don't run, which we saw with Justin. The coach can't be trying to run, same with Caleb. You can't be trying to run shit that you probably shouldn't run with Caleb. Of course, the quarterback gonna say yes, I'll do it, whatever. But come on now, Ben Johnson knows this. He's not just here to create a playbook. He needs to see his players, and he's gonna mold that playbook to adapt to what they can do. So, Bear True, I definitely think we close. We definitely close. Absolutely, absolutely. No matter what people say, I think Vegas got to say what, Wes, 8.5,
8.5,
8.5.
But most people who aren't scorn, they like. I can see them at 9-10. Like a lot of people at 10 wins. I've seen a lot of people like I'll give the Bears 10.
What you got, Bear Truth? Put that in the chat for us, Bear Truth. As far as Shamar Turner goes, though, I got high hopes for him. I really like the draft pick. I like where we got him. You got 10 wins, Bertru. I like where we got him. I think he can be. I think if we're gonna talk about that young guy taking Andrew Billings' spot, I think he could be that. Now, the thing with him is he's a smaller dude, and I've seen his tape. When he beats you, he beats you with his speed. You know what I mean? He gonna beat them bigger old linemen with his speed, but he can get hung up on some blocks. He can definitely get hung up on some blocks. Even then, this is my favorite player out in the draft. You know what I'm saying? But I could be objective to that, even though that's my favorite player. I've seen it. I've seen his weaknesses. You're going to face way more elite interior O linemen than you faced in college. I think he's gonna start slow. I definitely think he's gonna start slow. And if he don't, more power to him. But I think he's gonna start slow. I think they gonna move him around a bit because he's a smaller interior D lineman. So they're gonna try to put him on the edge, and he's gonna, they're gonna try to, it's gonna take some time for him to find where he's comfortable at. You know what I mean? And I think once he does find where he's comfortable at, the sky's the limit. I definitely do. I think he's gonna be here I think he's gonna get a second contract with the Bears, Shamar Turner. And if I gotta put a tag on him, my tag for Shamar would have to be he's a rookie. So it would have to be backup. He's a solid backup. Solid backup for sure. Solid backup. What we talking about? I can't even see.
You can't see the quote or the comment.
Yeah, the comment.
It says, Bertrue says, I think playoff team with upside to be a real contender if everyone takes that step and we get good left tackle play. And
they got the pieces. They got the pieces. But we had the pieces last year, and it gotta get put together. I think people look at sports as all sport. It's not the same. You don't just trade for LeBron, and you don't just trade for, I don't know,
Luka.
Steph Curry, Luka, and think it's not gonna work like that. And not gonna work. It's football. You need all 11 players to do their goddamn job. All 11 people, all 11 players on the field.
Both sides of the field.
Exactly. And it's going to take some time when you are building and you got a new coaching staff here. You know what I mean? And people want to put Caleb on this clock. This is the quickest clock I've ever seen. The number 1 overall pick get on. But go ahead, put him on this clock. Go ahead. That's fine. He's going to be here, whether you want to dog him for failing or not. Same with this coaching staff. Put him on this clock. You could put Ben Johnson on the clock, Dennis Allen on the clock. Go ahead. It's going to take some time.
3 years to win the Super Bowl. That's what I see. They got 3 years to win the Super Bowl. You see the contracts? We talked about 5 contracts today? 4 contracts, 6 contracts, something like that. 4 to 6 contracts.
Yeah.
What all of them was? 3 years?
3 years. And it's another thing. And this goes to my Trey Hendrickson thing where you talk about maximizing Caleb's rookie window before you have to pay Caleb Williams. We saw what Brock Purdy just got paid. Go trade for Trey Hendrickson then. Give him a 3-year deal. You know what I mean? Actually do it. Maximize it. Stop with this ticky-tack shit. Maximize it. And then guess what? In 3 years, half the contract come off, then you're going to be able to pick and sift through it. Okay, we got you a 3-year, you. I like what you did. I like you good. I'm cool with you.
Cool on you.
I'm cool on you.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? Actually maximize this window because dude just got 50-something million a year. Once you have to pay that, quarterback, oh my God, everything just gets so much harder. And it's that simple. That I think the Bears, and when I say the Bears, Ryan Poles, I don't think he's gonna be here too long. I don't think he's gonna be here to see the Super Bowl if it don't happen in the next 2 years, Wes. That's my thing. That's what I think on Ryan Poles. I like him as a person, you know what I mean, but he has not done a good job. He's not. He just has not. So, I like Shamar Turner. I like his upside to him. I think he can be I hope he can take that billing spot as that young guy that I said, but yeah, what Bear Truth talking about? And I'm trying to like, because I can't see the comments no more because.
Oh, okay. I got you. It says I think the difference considering it, I just don't think it happens soon. If it does happen, it will probably be at the deadline. So he's saying like Super Bowl at the third year. Third year, kind of towards the end. Oh, or you talking about Trey Henderson? Maybe he's talking about Trey Henderson.
If he's talking about Trey, yeah, he probably talking about Trey. But do it. You better do it, Poles. Because if this season don't go how you want it to go, I'm telling you, I will. And they probably like Poles, but you can't. Like he got to produce some wins. He got to get some wins. I don't care about nothing else. Everybody gonna be like, yeah, he did this. He did. Mm-hmm. You gotta get some wins now.
You gotta start. You gotta start getting some stuff in.
Cheat. Yeah. You better get some wins.
You gotta get things in. The only reason I'm like I'm teetering at the middle of the. I'm not down on Poles. Could have done a lot better. But I'm content in the fact of exactly what we were just saying about this team the last 2 years. Like the only thing last year, like I said, I felt last year, it wasn't the roster that failed, it was the staff that failed. Because you can say about injuries, you can talk about Brisker and all that kind of stuff, but everybody has that. Everybody's dealing with that. Every team has to deal with injuries, period, especially concussion protocols, all that kind of stuff. You can be like, oh, well, it's because he was in concussion protocol, so we can get plenty of teams have to deal with that. Broken legs, foot, ankle, that's fine. What I do got to say is, like you said, last year and this year, I could see them contending with this staff that came. I can see them contending. Even if I want to just go back to earlier in the show, the whole Caleb Book thing. Like, he came to Hallis Hall and they said something to him. Ryan Poe, he said, I'm Ryan Poe's and all this, and they said something to him to change his mind. I don't know what he's saying to them. He had a hypnotist. I don't know. But it's a little better than it was 3 years ago. I mean, not 3, it's 5 years ago. So 2 years plus 3 more years. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was, come on, we were just one, like I said, we said in the last offseason, we went 5 years with just wanting to beat the Packers twice. Right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Especially me where I'm at.
Yeah. We just want to beat the Packers twice so we could just at least keep our head up on that. And now we're in this point of, well, we getting mad because they giving us 8.5 wins. And we're like, well, they probably 10. They probably should make the playoffs. They should probably win a playoff game. I think Oliver put it up and took it down. He said that we should sweep the division. And the whole thing is,
what?
These are plausible. These are plausible things. These are not the Dallas Mavericks getting number 1 overall pick at 1.5%.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Like, these are all plausible things. We're not delusional for saying we can sweep the Packers. We can sweep the division. We're not delusional for saying that. And yeah, that's what it's just time to win. And I get it. It's the meshing. You wasn't here, but I basically said exactly what you said and what you said about Shamar as well. With the staff we got and the roster we got, yes, this is a contending team. And I get it. The meshing, you're gonna have to deal with how you're gonna coach and how things take and what injuries happen, solidifying that strong left tackle position. Like I said, I even threw out safety a little bit in there to get that like solid person back there for me, because I thought it was Brisker for a while, but with the whole concussion protocol and all that kind of stuff, that could probably be hindering. We saw how that secondary kind of collapsed when him wasn't out there, you know, in that kind of way. But other than that, yeah, this is a contender team, and I know they got to mesh. They got to figure it out.
And it sucks saying this, Wes, because we thought all of this last year. You know what I mean? We literally was saying all of this last year, and then, but some of the key issues that we had was the reason we didn't succeed. One being, for me personally, O-line. I was crying about it. I was whining about it. I was pounding the table about that O-line from OTAs, rookie minicamp. As soon as the draft was over and I seen we didn't address it, I was on it. And then me and you both said, if you bring in this rookie, you better bring in a new coaching staff. We didn't want Matt Eberflus. Neither one of us did. And from what I've heard, and we've talked about, I think we talked about this. Matt Eberflus was afraid of hiring Cliff Kingsbury. He's afraid it was too much pressure on his job if you hired Cliff, because it came down to Cliff and Shane. That's who it was. It was Cliff and Shane, and you went with the idiot, the dork. I don't want to be
the easy pick.
You went with
the easy pick. You want the one that wasn't going to challenge your job. Like you said, now this is something that I have to get on the Mark Rob bandwagon and say, you went and got the nice guy. You got the guy that wasn't going to threaten. You wasn't going to threaten your job. He wasn't going to yell at your rookie quarterback who didn't want to come in pre-draft. He wasn't going to shake up things. Your rookie quarterback is the superstar. He's the NIL, this Heisman Trophy winner. He's going to empty backfield and let him throw the ball all over the field as much as he wants.
He's the first NIL quarterback to come in rich like this. The first one.
You know what I mean? Like he gonna like I said, why are we empty backfield so much? So it's nobody back there. Why because let Caleb throw. Let Caleb run around and just throw. And to give even with the offensive line, it was like I knew the offensive line wasn't good, but I didn't know abysmal would be an accurate, appropriate word.
And this would not be objective to my guy Caleb. Yes, the O-line was atrocious, Wes. But I'm not going to put it all, kind of like with the coaching situation, how you wanted to put 70 on. I couldn't put it all on them. I ain't going to put it all on the O-line, because me personally, and it's easier said than done, Caleb is playing the hardest position in sports, Wes. He's playing in my opinion, the hardest position in sports. And I know we stopped talking about the D line, but I mean, we don't. I don't think we. Yeah, we don't.
I thought we was answering the fans on this contender.
Yeah, we gonna finish it off this way. We don't talk about the rest of the O line. I think Shamar Turner was fine. You as a quarterback, you've been playing this game your entire life, Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
You know that O line is bad. You absolutely can't hold on to it. You're not going to be able to. They're not going to afford you that time. Now, and this is the thing. Sometimes they did give him that time, right? You've seen the clips going around like, oh, this is Caleb's numbers when they gave him time. All that bullshit.
Yeah, made some good throws. I saw some good ones.
So you don't know, you know what I mean? You don't they fucked you over last play. Are they gonna fuck you over this play? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you know that O-line is subpar. Get it out quick.
Mm-hmm.
Get it out quick. Get the ball off to your tight end, which we've talked about, Wes. We've seen it. Cole Kmet was open more often. I'm not gonna say more often than not. Cole Kmet was open sometimes, and he didn't get the ball. When you did give him the ball, guess what he did? Catch it. He caught it. We talked about his numbers. We talked about
perfect. 90% plus.
Bears fans should know his numbers. Now, let me ask you this question then, since we just talking football now. And chat, let me weigh in on this. Bear Truth, Oliver, whoever's still in the chat watching us. Would you trade Caleb Williams? Oh, not Caleb. Golly. Would you trade Cole Kmet with like let's say a second round pick? That's what we was talking about, a second round pick.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to try to, wheel and deal it, you can third round with Cole. However they value Cole over there. Cole in the second, Cole in the third. We're gonna stick with the Cole in the second right now.
Sure,
For Trey Hendrickson.
Make it more meaty.
Yeah, for Trey Hendrickson.
And it's easy for me. I'm saying no, and it's not because I love Cole Kmet. It's because I don't know what Loveland is. I don't know what Loveland is. I don't know if that's what he's gonna be. I'm just saying right now. Maybe it's too much. Will I be mad? No. I wouldn't be mad. I don't know. I wouldn't be mad. Because for me, it's like I said, it's 50-50. Like I'm for me, I don't know, because I gotta see Loveland practicing. You know what I mean? Last season we was bit by he had an injury, but it's not that, you know what I'm kind of thing. Kind of, it wasn't that bad. Then we don't get a Loveland. We don't have a tight end all season. Because who we going to? The dude from Jacksonville or Florida? What's his name?
Smythe.
Smythe. We're gonna go to Smythe. Is gonna be the number one tight end. Now, with a healthy Loveland, yeah. Just tell me how. Just that. Mark just said. Tell me that Loveland is healthy. Yeah, they can take Cole Kmet, take his contract, because we gonna need that money anyway to bring him over. The money gonna have to make sense anyway. He got the money for it. And a second round, yeah. But I just need to know that Loveland is gonna be there. That guy that's open, catching the ball 95% of the time when you throw it to him.
Sheesh.
Because Smythe can block. He can be that 12 personnel as the blocker kind of guy. That's fine. I'm not worried about. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're gonna, without a Loveland and a Smythe, what gonna go get Mercedes Lewis again, or fucking that other guy?
Bear Truth. So Bear Truth. You talking? So you just a second alone is too much. Oh my God! Look. I get it. Look, if I could like I said, it's about wheeling and dealing, right? But I'm playing like, say they're not okay. I don't just want a second. Give me a second and a third, or give me a second and a fourth. Give me a second and whatever. You want to save your draft picks, and we talking about a second and Cole Kmet to just get it done, sign, seal, to deliver. Absolutely. Sign me up for a true pass rusher. True, absolutely true. Who's played under Dennis Allen, whose production is there. It's evident. There's no guessing. There's no guessing with this. You know what you're getting. Cole Kmet is very average to me as a pass catcher anyway. And guess what? You know what the angle I'm playing, Wes?
I already know.
Like you said about Colston Loveland. If Colston Loveland ain't gonna be Colston Loveland, guess who part that is? Ryan Poles. And that's the man I didn't been with Ryan Poles. I've been talking about my frustrations with Ryan Poles. So Ryan Poles, this trade has nothing to do with Colston Loveland, in my opinion. Colston Loveland is his own thing with Ryan Poles. I'm not trading Cole Kmet because I'm scared of Colston Loveland not panning out. If I'm scared of Colston Loveland not panning out, I'm not panning out.
I'm just saying playing.
playing anything. I'm saying right now, I'm on. If you're worried about that right now, Wes,
I'm saying because I don't know. I
that
don't
is
got the
an
medicals.
indictment, right? But that is
But
an
I just said
indictment
if
on
he's
your
healthy, I
general
just told you I'm
manager.
with you. I'm with you. I said I
Yeah,
just
but-
don't
but
know.
that-
I
right,
don't know.
I'm saying whether we know or not, because okay, I'm looking at it as he'll come and he'll play,
I'm looking
whatever.
at it coming here play, and I said I'll take it. That's exactly what I said.
Now, if
I
he
said the
gonna
reason
be
that I just said it was
good or not,
good or not. That's up to, like I said, that's up to Ben Johnson and him.
right? But
Him, Ben Johnson, Caleb.
If we talking about Colston Loveland in any way, shape, or form when it comes to this trade, it's going back to Ryan Poles. That's all I'm saying. You got to talk about Ryan Poles and him drafting that kid hurt.
Because I don't think we need. I don't think honestly.
You still got me.
Given. Yeah, I got you. I'm just saying, giving up Komet in a second form is kind of, to me, is overkill. Like I said, if they willing, I mean, why would I would take that? You're gonna give me, if I'm the Bengals, of course I'm taking that. You giving me T. Higgins, Chase, right? Chase. Yeah, Jamar Chase. That is Jamar Chase, and somebody who catches 95% of the passes you throw at him. For an edge rusher, we kind of still don't know if we want to pay as much money as we want to pay for him. And you finna give us a second round pick?
Don't you know? I do know how much I want to pay for him. Because other than Myles Garrett, guess who number 2 at sacks? Has been the number 2. Him.
No. I'm just saying that's what the Bengals are saying. They don't know what they want to pay.
Because they just paid 3. Did you see the Bengals offense?
I see it.
They
look.
That's all they care about. That's their thing.
They could have kept. They could have.
And they just drafted.
Yeah, and they could have just kept Chase and let T. Higgins go, and paid him. That's what I mean by you don't know what you want to pay him. You saying that you as the Bears organization, you say I know he's worth Cole Kmet and a second round pick because that's what I'm giving up for him. I know the value in him.
They drafted Shamar Stewart to replace him with the number 17 overall pick. That's what they did. You know what I mean? And then they paid Chase, Higgins, and who else did they pay? Was it Joe Burrow? Did they just give Joe Burrow a bag? Yeah, they just gave Joe Burrow a bag.
I think Burrow got his bag last season.
Last year, yeah.
Last year he got his, and then it was their turn. It was their turn next. Yeah. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, like, y'all already telling us like he's worth less to y'all than that. So what are y'all gonna give in a trade? You can't sign him. You can't sign him because he's not a free agent.
Yeah, look, bare truth. If we don't have to add Cole Kmet, absolutely not. We ain't gonna put Cole Kmet in there. You know what I mean? We just talking about if we have to. If they, you know what I mean, they feel so inclined to play hardball with us, which would be weird because but shit happens. I'm just saying, I'm willing to depart with this tight end that's been. I don't care about the 90% because it didn't do nothing for us. Like his 90%. Clearly, your quarterback ain't on this. They not like this. I need people with who say the quarterback loved him like Justin did when Justin's last season. That'd be different. I keep him. Hey, that's Justin's weapon. I would be damned if I trade Justin's weapon and piss him off. You know what I mean? But clearly, it was. We had 700 from Rome, 700 plus from Rome, 700 plus from Keenan, and 900 from DJ. Caleb likes his receivers.
Yeah.
So
give him Loveland. I'm just saying.
I'm firing Poles. I'm firing the fuck out of Poles, and you know that. Oh my god!
I'm just playing. I just threw that out there. I just threw that. If you don't like tight ends, fuck, give both of them. We'll give you Loveland and Cole Kmet. Give us Trey Henderson up front. We don't need tight ends. Our quarterback don't like it. My whole thing is,
and look,
I wouldn't be mad. I'm not be mad. I'm not gonna be mad if they if they got Hendrickson and Cole Kmet was a part of it. I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna lose my shit over it. But do I not see the value in Cole Kmet? I do. I do.
Bare truth. You just said Hendrickson not good against the run. Guess who good against the run that y'all been telling me all night? Guess what? Montez Sweat.
Complimentary.
Montez Sweat. So and then now you're gonna say, okay, well, what if they run against them, run away from Montez all game? Guess what? I'm putting Montez on the strong side. It's football. It happens. You ain't got everybody. It's a strong side linebacker and a weak side linebacker.
You got to deal with Billings. You got to deal with Jarrett.
You can scheme against
TJ.
things like that.
you got to deal with Kyler Gordon in the box. You got to deal with them. Like, he got paid with minimum stats because it's the eye test with Gordon. Spider-Man, he disruptive in the run, in the pass.
Why?
So,
Bare truth, why not overpay? Why not overpay?
17 and a half sacks.
We got 3 years on Caleb. Why not overpay? You better overpay everybody right now.
Is that
because
what it is?
You can't overpay when Caleb's when it's time. Unless you're gonna move on from Caleb and bring in a new rookie quarterback.
Yeah,
this is the time to overpay.
No,
Wes,
all I'm saying is this: it's not an overpayment. He had what he had 17 sacks.
17 led the league.
17 and a half sacks. The Chicago Bears had 26 and a half. And Cole Kmet won one of the persons getting in those 26 sacks.
Healthy debate, just nice football talk. I appreciate you doing the ifs part, Wes. Bare truth.
We should do an if section
because it needs to be said. It needs to be said. I'm sure we've all done the ifs part in some part in life when making decisions, but you're gonna do the ifs, then just just make sure you're ready for the arguments for. And I'm for. I'm all for.
How about this? I'm definitely for a Cole Kmet in the third,
though. Bear True said in the third. And I'll address. Hold on. Bear True said, not saying you don't. And look at me pushing the mic, about to lean in without the mic. He said, not saying you don't, but again, there may be a better option.
Or,
like you said. Get a Judon. Look, get the get the Judon, but
we can't drive. We talk about a deadline today.
Who the better option? Because they ain't gonna draft one. Look, they ain't gonna.
I think Bear Truth is drunk off one bit, man. What is that?
Off one bit? What is?
I hear you. I legit the chat z. How you gebusna the ne?
Oh my gosh, y'all, that's funny. He's saying I like the chat, but I'm just saying how you get it done doing business.
Yeah, IPAs is
back-to-back seasons. Strong. Oliver, look, you got your facts. You can't hit with your facts.
17 and a half both seasons, I think. 17 both seasons, something like that.
Look, all I'm saying is don't get attached to Cole Kmet. It's going to be 5 Cole Kmets next year in the draft, and it's going to be 5 more next year and 5 more next year. Cole Kmet was a second-round pick who could have went later. That's not – Cole Kmet is not like he – come on now.
Anybody in second round could have went later. Ask Shedeur Sanders.
That's what I'm saying. Devon Dexter could have went later.
Could have went later.
Ozzie could have went later. Shamar could have went later.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I won't be mad if we got Trey Hendrickson. I'll be mad at it. Not for Cole Kmet. No, I'll come be mad. But I'm just not gonna sit here and say it's something that Cole Kmet did or didn't do. It's just business.
Did or didn't do. It's not about look. If
it's just this guy does what we need better.
if he was doing what Travis Kelce was doing, I guarantee he wouldn't be on the board, on even the discussion. If he was
that's
doing,
the same as the same as saying that Rome should have had more yards because Neighbors and Brian Thomas had more yards. They was utilized more. Neighbors was number one. Brian Thomas Jr. was number one.
But I got more.
Rome
I
was
got film.
three.
Those are rookies. I got 4 years of Kokomet saying that he ain't that.
Nah,
it is a Kokomet a rookie now. I've watched
Kokomet.
Is what average at best.
And
He's not elite. He's
not elite. I wouldn't say elite.
Well, you don't say he's good?
No, he's not.
Because I can't
good.
say he's bad. He's not bad.
He's a good tight end. He's a good average tight end is Gerald Everett.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Jared Everett's not average.
He was average in San Diego.
Okay, average to me is like a Dalton Connect out in Buffalo. Average to me is like a.
So Dalton Connect is Cole Kmet, and I rhymed. I'm sorry, but it's not.
I think Dalton Connect. I think Dalton Connect better than Cole Kmet.
I don't. He was on my fantasy team.
I think Dalton's better.
I think even statistically, he's not better. I don't think
Cole
is not better. And my whole thing is Dalton Connect still got more targets. I guarantee I will find it. We'll look it up. We can do it. We can do I'm gonna look it up.
He better have more targets. Who else was gonna get him? The rookie. What was his name? Keon Coleman.
Even before, when like it's
Dalton Connect is a second-year tight end, ain't he? He's still young. Look, all I'm saying is.
And when Cole Kmet was the number one target, we get
Cole Kmet ain't gonna ever get you 800. I don't think he's gonna ever get you 900. It ain't gonna happen. He can prove me wrong this year, but I don't think so because and this is another thing, and I wanna put this out there. Bears fans are oblivious to what's actually happening. If Cole was really non-tradable, you don't draft the top 10. You don't draft the top 10 with a tight end with the top 10 pick. You just don't do that. You don't do it. Look, as much as we like Cole Kmet, I swear to God, you don't make that pick if there's not something telling you need a better tight end. Top 10.
It could be the contract, the money. You got to move off the money. It's the same. You just said about Justin Fields. You got to move off the contract. You got to move off. Could have did it with Justin and got a haul. You just said that. Could have did it.
It wasn't about his contract. I mean, it was coming up. It could have been about his contract, but it was about a lot of stuff.
It was some other things too. Like I said with Kokomet, it's some other things too. It's just contract. What is he? What is he don't do?
Don't draft a tight end top 10 if you're happy with what your $50 million tight end is doing. You don't do that. Come on now. Look, let's just take everything out. Let's just. You don't draft the top 10 tight end, Wes, if you're happy with what he's doing.
Like I said, for me, trade Kokomet, trade him, leave it out on Loveland. Let's see how many targets he gets. I mean, he should get enough because Ben Johnson gonna make sure he get enough.
Look, Nogi, appreciate you being in the chat right now. I haven't seen you in the chat. I don't know, Wes, you seen him in the chat?
No Nokia. I had a Nokia back in the 90s. But
he said, and I gotta lean forward to read this because
I got you. I'll read it to you. I can see it from here because you younger than me, but I can see. I don't know how that works out.
No, my whole screen brightness is
it's all messed up. All right, so it says the Kmet trade would make more sense when you figure out what you have in Loveland, being that he is still recovering from the shoulder surgery. If he is great early, then trade Cole. If not, I'd wait.
He's kind of saying what you were saying, Wes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I get it. It's like
what for what?
Because I am trying to stay on this. Come on, I wouldn't. Like I said, I don't think my whole thing is I don't think trading Cole Kmet is because of Cole Kmet. It's because, hey, look, we're trying to stay young.
It's
We're
not
trying to
because
stay
of Cole
cheap. We're trying
Kmet,
to
but
keep
you're
the money.
you don't trade Cole Kmet because of Cole Kmet. I'm 100% with you, Wes. But you draft Colston Loveland because of Cole Kmet. You draft. Come on now. You draft a tight
I think
end.
you draft
You ain't using him as a trade
Loveland
piece.
because Loveland is more Sam Laporta. And that's what I want when I'm Ben Johnson.
Meaning what for your $50 million tight end? What does that mean?
Cole Kmet is more Greg Olsen.
Football don't work that way. Football don't work
Yeah.
that way, man.
Hey,
You don't.
The thought process, it don't. Football work out. Look,
salary caps don't work that way.
But
You're not gonna pay. You're not gonna draft a tight end if you're secure with what you have at tight end. Because guess what? This was a deep tight end draft, so you could have waited to the second, third, or fourth round to draft somebody that can come out there and be with Cole Kmet. But guess what? You decided to draft a dude way higher than Cole Kmet could have ever imagined of being drafted. It's right there, though. The proof be right there for it. It's right there for us, Wes. It's right there.
I think you lean too much in on where they draft and how they kind of draft in the sense of they draft. A lot of it is just who you like. A lot of draft picks is what I like too. What I want.
Like, but the whole as a GM, you got to get what you like at nice value. It's all about value too.
But I don't think the GM had nothing. I think Ben Johnson wanted Loveland, and that's what they gave him. That was a part of the deal. I think that was part of the deal. Conspiracy theory me not. I don't care. I think trading Luka was the deal for the Dallas getting Cooper Flag. I think signing Ben Johnson, one of the things is he say, hey man, this is what I want. We all speculated what we was going to draft. No, everybody was going to say what we speculated, what we was going to draft at that spot. And we went to every single player on every single position that this team need, even down to tight end. We went O-line heavy. We went spectacle here, trade up to get a running back, all this other kind of stuff. And come on, man, out of the blue, Colston Loveland. That's what everybody was going to
be Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland.
But it wasn't. Why did they take Tyler Warren?
Because Tyler Warren is another Cole Kmet. So you go get the more receiving threat to complement Cole Kmet. But guess what? I can find another Cole Kmet. I'm gonna find another one.
My whole point is this. I think it wasn't even that. I think it was that's what Ben wanted. Cole Kmet is not what Ben wants. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with Cole Kmet not being good. It's just you don't fit what I want. I want Sam Laporta. You're Greg Olsen.
He's okay, but we can't settle for okay. That's what I'm saying. He's okay. He's serviceable. He get the job done. He scare some defenses. Be a mismatch with some. But you draft the dude top 10, and this is what I'm talking about with Rome. This is what I'm talking about with Darnell Wright. This is what I'm talking about with Caleb. You draft these kids top 10, we need more than okay. We need more than okay. And that's why I said Loveland better take Cole spot. Otherwise, why would we just draft him? You're just drafting players just because you like them. Just draft them anywhere.
So if Cole Kmet beat out Loveland,
Ryan Poles, and I'm gonna say this again, Ryan Poles screwed up once again because this ain't his first time screwing up. You can't you can't spend that type of draft capital on backups. You just can't do it. What is
he said he wanted Loveland and a very good blocking tight end.
And a very good blocking tight end.
What Ben Johnson wanted. You picked the tight. Come on, we were talking about trading up for Gentry. People were talking about that. We even did it on the show. Genty, Ashton, the running back.
Because we knew he was taking an offensive player. His first draft pick of his career, he was taking an offensive player. He wasn't going to take a defensive player. We talked about that.
I know.
We knew he was going offense, whether it was O-line, the running back, or tight end, which we thought was Tyler Warren. But a lot of draft analysts had Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren. So I wasn't completely shocked. Those are the top 2 tight ends.
No.
But if you're drafting a backup tight end, you could have got one later in the draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because like I said, the comps, what they do different.
Look, this not about what Cole Kmet did, because he had a fantastic.
That's exactly what I just said. I said it's not about what Cole Kmet did or didn't
but
do.
He ain't doing enough, because what Kobe said, you got to be undeniable. He ain't undeniable.
So you want Shaq to shoot threes? Shaq
undeniable. He's undeniable. They had to take Shaq.
But if I don't, my whole thing is like if that's not what I need, or that's not my game. But look at Golden State. Is like we don't care about.
You shouldn't have to have your tight ends blocking. What do you mean? What? Okay, so what's Cole Kmet's strength for you? When you talk about Cole Kmet, what is his value? Like, we need him because he does this
block and release on short yardage, 5 yards here, 5 yards down. Everything that Caleb missed.
That ain't that.
Everything that Caleb missed.
We can find that. Absolutely can find that.
I didn't say we can't. I'm just saying what he does. He get north, get up. What? Look in the junk drawer in the kitchen.
Cut Tremaine, 2026, 15 million. Cut Sweat, 20 billion. Cut Kmet, 20 billion. Swift, that's 6 million. So you make those movers, your cap goes from 17 million to 65 million. So I'm saying expect cuts in trades. Yeah. Look. Basically, I'm with you.
I'm not mad at the whole. Hey, is Cole Kmet tradable? Yes, very much so.
If you ain't a dog, time to go. How about that? Time to go. If you ain't a dog, we gonna look into you are not untradeable, untouchable. How about we say untouchable? If you ain't a dog, because we're raising the standard here in Chicago, we're trying to lift it up.
That's why nobody has a definite depth spot. Not even Caleb Williams.
Oh my God.
It's not there. It's not official. Yeah, we can assume that.
But they said it's gonna be official. It's gonna be out in training camp. They said it's on the website.
Yeah, if you want to gamble, of course, bet your money on Caleb. You got to, but you got to.
Because he'll be here for 3 years. Ryan Poles probably not. Ben Johnson's gonna be here too.
You got to. You gotta.
Gosh, Wes, I know you didn't just say.
Yeah, that's why nobody.
Caleb is going to be here for this.
Yeah, he's gonna be here. He's gonna be on the roster for sure. He's gonna be on the roster for sure. But if he's thinking up, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just being like, if he's just terrible.
If he's thinking up, why would he didn't stink it up last year?
I didn't say it's not a reason. I'm just saying if. We said this if he does, then yeah, you gotta move. You gotta think.
I mean,
am I trading Caleb? Is Caleb at that point? Well, I'm gonna trade or put it. No, I'm not. Is Cole Kmet name out there tradable? Yeah. People talk about trading DJ Moore. Do you think DJ Moore isn't?
It's very tradable.
Yes, very trade. I was finna just say that. I was just finna say, look, DJ Moore, very tradable. Very tradable. Who's not probably gonna go? Brisker, great player, did a lot of things, very excited. Is he on the maybe tradable or cut release kind of thing? Yeah. Tremaine, the same thing. It's big money and big players who it can happen. But I can honestly say it's more about what they didn't do other than what Cole Kmet didn't do. It's about what DJ didn't do. It's about what Tremaine didn't do. It's about what Brisker couldn't do.
It's about Cole Kmet's upside. You know what? We've seen his ceiling. Cole Kmet is what Cole Kmet is. Maybe you can get some more touchdowns for us, but I say he's not finna dominate. He's not gonna dominate. It's just not. That's not what it's gonna be for him. And I can safely and confidently say that because we just drafted a kid number 10 overall. I don't. If we drafted somebody in the second round, third, fourth, I'd be like, okay, yeah, Cole, yep, yep. But we drafted a kid 10 overall. 10 overall, like the proof is in the pudding. I don't know how else to say it.
Okay.
It's there. Now, if he fails, that is an epic failure on Ryan Poles because you can't be drafting failures with the top 10 pick. Just like Roma Dunze better not fail. Darnell Wright better not fail. Because what are you doing? You get what I'm saying? Like
I hear what you're saying, but
you can't get taken that high and not dominate. You just can't. You can't. I don't care who position you going into. You can't get drafted top 10 overall. And
we should just do a whole segment on the top 15 picks over the last. I don't know. We could do
failed.
5. Yeah, we could do last 5.
And how would that pertain to this conversation? Top 10 draft picks failed? Yes, they do. Absolutely.
No,
Mitchell Trubisky failed.
No, I'm
guess
trying
what?
to say
he came
why.
in.
But just talk about why you think they was a top 10 pick? Was it because it was, hey, look,
they were expected to start.
Yeah.
Colston Loveland expected to start. Expected to be the guy. Meaning Cole Kmet will fall by the wayside to Robert Tonyan, Gerald Everett, Mercedes Lewis.
Not even comparable.
Because he was the number one tight end.
All three of them is not Cole Kmet.
Nah, they not Cole Kmet. Absolutely. They're not.
Combined. Maybe young Mercedes Lewis. Maybe a young Mercedes Lewis. But that's neither here nor there.
And yes, absolutely love it. We've talked about this. I keep saying Ben was going to take an offensive player. This is basic football stuff.
But we're not saying offensive player. We're saying
we know damn well it was
Loveland.
No, he didn't want Loveland. You know who he wanted? All the O-line, the 3 O-linemen, one of the 3 O-linemen that went before Colston Loveland. We know that. He wanted Genty too. Guess what? 4 players that went before Loveland. Duh, he didn't want Loveland first. There were 4 guys that on the offensive side of the ball, maybe even more if you want to count Travis Hunter. That's 5 that went in the first 10 picks that he would have taken over Loveland. But guess what? He couldn't. He couldn't get him. What are we talking about? We just saying random stuff to
we're not.
Make it seem like
we're not.
He would have chose. There were other players he would have chose over him. The number 9th pick. Who was the number 9th pick? What tackle was that? Kelvin Banks, right? It was not. He would have took him over Loveland. I guarantee, goddamn to you, he would have. It's obvious. You don't think so? I've heard reports.
What you talking about? Kevin Banks is my pick. That was my pick.
No, I'm saying he would have took him over Loveland.
Kevin pick. I would have took him over Loveland. But like I said,
he picked the tight end because there was no trade back partners. Okay, if y'all want to say why he picked Loveland, nobody was blowing up his goddamn phone to move back. You had to stay there.
They were.
Nobody for finish. What you gonna give up? First round next year to move up to get Colston Loveland in the number 10 because you got to give up something.
It's reports, plenty of reports. Everybody was calling. Everybody was calling for that pick. It just probably wasn't what they wanted. But
exactly.
It probably what they wanted.
You ain't finna offer me a 7th round pick. You can call me and offer me a 7th round pick. I'm not gonna take it.
Saying. But I'm just getting you a fact that everybody was calling. Everybody was calling
to be right there. For something.
Everybody was calling.
And yes, Bear Truth, if he would have picked one in the 2nd round, I could quiver with it. I could be like, okay, Cole Kmet maybe got a little, but I'm telling y'all right now, and like I told y'all earlier, it ain't been often that I've been wrong about this Bears team. Colston Loveland was drafted to be the number 1 tight end. Cole Kmet is expendable because you ain't paying $50 million for a backup tight end. Call it what you want. 12 personnel. What you want? Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez. That's what that. Nah.
And Aaron Hernandez ate Ron Gronkowski ass up until he became a criminal.
I hope. I hope.
And then look what happened to Gronkowski after it was said and done.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. I'm saying.
Cole ain't nobody to hang the hat on.
It is
like we talking about. I think DJ Moore got more of an argument to stick around than Cole. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I think that is not true. Please retract your statement.
Oh my gosh, Wes. Oh man.
It's multiple. It's 2 wide receivers that could arguably take DJ's spot. You said it. Top 10 pick. Should be number 1.
You need more than 1 wide receiver.
Yeah, that's what I got. Luther Burton.
Slot.
He can play outside.
Okay, outside. Who else you gonna put? Who gonna put in the slot? The kids? He ain't even close to being better than DJ. So therefore DJ has a spot right there. DJ ain't
on the roster.
Nowhere.
On the roster.
At least this year. He
got a spot. Okay. I was saying,
okay.
Cole Kmet got a spot on the roster. He got what you need. He could play. He could be their number 1. He did it with Justin Fields. He could be your number 2.
A number 1 for what? That Cole. Look. Okay, I get it. Okay, that's fine. But if you need to give him up to get a guy that actually impacts games, that wrecks games, you do it. You do it all day long. All day long.
I said that. I said that. I said that if Loveland is who Loveland's supposed to be and he's out there, yeah, I'm not gonna be mad. I'd say I feel better if it was a 3rd round pick. And that's knowing the Bears team because our 3rd round picks are
if who was
trash.
A 3rd round pick?
No, if we give up a 3rd round pick.
Oh, I was about to say Loveland ain't falling to the 3rd round.
I'm not talking about Love. I didn't say that. I said if it was Cole Kmet and a 3rd round pick, that's what I just said. I said I'm okay with it. I said I feel better if it was a 3rd round pick.
Cole in the 3rd.
Cole in the 2nd.
It ain't too much different to me. I'll take them both. Either or. What
I
you
prefer
want?
I prefer to have a 2nd round pick.
I mean, I would too, but it ain't Cole Kmet ain't got nothing to do with it.
No, like I said, Cole ain't got, like I said.
Yeah.
Trading Cole ain't got nothing to do with who Cole is
or
what he's doing. I'm not trading Cole because Cole wasn't as great as he's supposed to be, or he's terrible.
He ain't supposed to be too great.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, cool.
Big body.
That's and my whole thing is like you said, that's 2 2nd round picks. That's what you said. It's like I'd rather give a 3rd, give it a 2nd or 3rd, and somebody who I know if you throw the ball to him, he's gonna catch it, and I know your quarterback like to catch the ball, throw the ball. I know he's gonna get work. Cool.
You know what's crazy, Wes? Because when I asked this question in the group chat, I couldn't get your answer. We talked about why, but it was actually nice to actually hear your answer. And I think if you would have answered it in the group chat, it would have been like 500 back and forth messages, kind of like me and Jeremy was talking about Andrew Reese. And it wasn't about Caitlin Clark. It was all about Andrew Reese.
Yeah,
I'm tired of people saying she's bad.
I got the right and she's not. Like I put in there. Yeah, that comp is Steph Curry versus Dennis Rodman. 2 different players.
Yeah, but it ain't no comp. Like we wasn't even talking about Caitlin. It was just he said she's bad, not at basketball.
And like I said,
she's not bad at basketball.
Dennis Rodman was he did his job. That's all she got to do. Your job.
Yeah, you can say you don't
No,
like her
it
game.
ain't her fault.
but
It ain't her fault that the Sky traded away every single score they had.
Everybody. Oh
They
my God.
they let one of them go to Mexico. The other one, I think, is what the Vegas or the Dallas Wings. All that we didn't get into all that, but yeah,
He said Rodman shutting Curry down.
yeah. But
What?
Robin probably couldn't even score on Curry
Wait, y'all think Rodman shutting Curry down?
defensively. Oh yeah,
Yeah. Oh no,
Robin
absolutely. They
is
gonna boop boop boop
aggressive.
boop 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 boop
Robin
boop.
is aggressive. He aggressive. He wild with it.
Nickelodeon
He
splash.
wild with it. He wild with it. He wild with it. I wouldn't say shutting Curry down, but it'll be a difference. Definitely be a difference.
Oh,
It'll
I
definitely make a
love
difference.
it. I love it.
Definitely make a difference. So you said like I don't know. I ain't gonna pit your people against each other like they do me all the time.
Who?
I think Draymond can guard Steph Curry.
Ugh. See my favorite
See that
all
deep breath,
time.
everybody? See that deep breath?
Oh my gosh. My favorite is LeBron. Second favorite is Draymond. I love it. I love everything about Draymond.
Yeah.
He ain't guarding Steph.
He can guard Steph. But anyway.
I love it. I fucking love it. Robin was a rare athlete. Yeah, that's why we said like he got a knack. We not cause saying Angel Reese is exactly him, but they got a feel for when that ball come off the rim. I don't care what you say. It takes a special. Only certain people can time that ball coming off the rim, and she does it too. Whether it's her own rebound or her teammates rebound. Look, any final words, Wes? Any final words to the people that's been sticking with us all day and all
appreciate y'all
night?
for sticking us in this long run. We do these runs. Like I said, we could do this all night, all day, all week. We could have a sports center type, keep going every hour on our we're gonna go on this hour kind of thing. We could do this constantly. We could pick every player, every person in the building. We could talk about the cafeteria lady. But I know we was gonna talk about we was gonna get Caleb, so I had to. I know Mama Blues didn't show up, but I had to.
You have an 18? Did I see the 18 already?
Yeah.
You told me about the 18?
I told you. You said you was gonna wait, remember? I told you where to get it and how much it costs too.
Did you?
Yeah, I'll text it to you again. Stitched. This is stitched, baby.
Clearly.
No plastic. This is stitched. Oh
You
man.
told me about. I know you got that number one back there, but so
Stitched.
you wore the Caleb before then.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe it's late. Maybe I had a few.
I wear
too many cups
a lot. Yeah, I wear it from time to time. But you know, I'm mainly in my Doomsday and my
1.5
and my 1.5 main. That's main. That's starter right there. That's solid starter. That's elite starter in the Jersey gang.
Yo, Denver Nuggets, Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, oh man, you know I had one of those back in the day too. I ain't gonna lie.
Ooh, that blue was nice.
That was nice. I had that one, but you know I got my white DJ Moore. I'm gonna wait till the season start. Well, no, I'm waiting training camp.
Bear Truth.
The Bird still got the 87. I'm gonna do it. Beer one done. Boy, is that
just babysitting that beer.
9% ain't that strong, Bad Truth. You must you must be lighter than me. You must be like 120.
That's Miller Lite. No, that's Bud Light. Light beer. That's what that was.
He said he got an IPA. He said he got an IPA 9%.
What's that?
It's Indian Pale Ale.
I don't drink beer.
Indian Pale Ale is what it is. Nasty. You ain't gonna like it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can tell you this: I was in Germany. They bet 12%.
The Truth, my guy, he stuck with us the whole time. He was last week. He was making fun of us. Tomorrow, him and Mark and Wes can go. What he said, week without blinking or some shit like that.
Yeah, man, we in here though. We in here. Technical difficulties and all, but that's it. Show my support for Caleb. Like I said, it's good to get into those groups and and it's crazy, man. Mark, Man, we meshing, man. That's crazy. We
More
on
than
par
ever,
on some
ain't
of
it?
these take, man.
More
I
than
don't
ever,
know.
ain't it? That's
I
a
might
lot
start
of
lying
take.
about my opinions to make it interesting. But yeah, man, it's good to do the show. That's all I got.
The OGs was back in the building for y'all. You know, the newbies couldn't make it today. But look, you know, y'all will see them in the near future. But you know, the OGs gonna always hold it down here on the Black Bear Podcast. Look, appreciate everybody who tuned in and liked it. Hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. You can find us on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. We go live every Sunday. Every Sunday. During the offseason, just recapping the entire week of Chicago Bears football and news. When we go live after every game, post-game
Every game.
shows, some pre-game shows, talk about what we want to see and what we hope to see from the Chicago Bears. Again, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. One word, no space. It's the Black Bear Podcast. I'm your host, Mark Robb, with my co-host, Chef West, to the right of me.
Hit that Twitter tag. Where is it at? Right there. Get me on that Twitter all week so we can go crazy.
Ding, please, because we active on Twitter and we like to talk shit on Twitter even after the shows and before the shows. Look, we'll see y'all next week. Y'all have a good night, morning, however y'all want to call it. Peace.